Welcome everyone to the meeting for the Corporation of the Township of Puslinch on April 13th, 2022. I will start with roll call. I apologize. Who goes first this week? Councillor Spillis, roll call.
Present.
Councillor Bailey.
Present.
Councillor Balmer.
Here.
And Councillor Guida.
Here.
All right, now we'll start our moment of reflection. That concludes our moment of reflection. Ms. Whitefox, do you have a resolution for confirmation of the agenda, please?
The council approves the April 13th, 2022 agenda and addendum as circulated, and the council approves the addition to the agenda as follows. Item 6.1.2, questions received from council seeking additional information and the corresponding responses provided by staff regarding the April 13th, 2022 council agenda.
Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Spillis, seconded by Councillor Bailey. Any questions or comments on that? Okay, all in favor? Councillor Spillis,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey,
Favor.
Councillor Balmer,
Favor.
and Councillor Goyda.
In favor.
All right, do we have any disclosure of pecuniary interest today?
I do.
Councillor Goyda.
Item number 9.3.3, report ADM 2022-020 regarding temporary patios. Any decision made on this matter have a direct pecuniary interest to myself and the restaurant operated by family members in the township.
Okay, thank you. Any further disclosures? No, okay. Next, consent agenda. Ms. Whitefox, the resolution, please.
The consent agenda items listed for the April 13th, 2022 council meeting be received for information.
Can I get a mover for that, please?
I'll move.
Councillor Balmer, seconded by Councillor Spillis. All right, any items to be removed? Councillor Spillis.
Yes, 6.2. City of Barrie requests to the province for a plan of action to address joint and several liability.
Councillor Bailey.
6.26, Environmental Registry of Ontario.
6.26. Okay. Councillor Balmer.
Nothing today, thank you.
All right. Councillor Goyda.
Oh, nothing.
All right. All right, Mrs. Whitefox, can we receive the remainder of those, please? Do you have to reread it, or are we good just to do a vote?
I've amended it just with the
Okay. All right, all in favor?
exception of 2 and 6.26.
Thank you. Sorry, get out there a quick sec. Councillor Spillis, all in favor?
In favor.
And Councillor Bailey
In favor.
and Councillor Balmer
In favor.
and Councillor Goyda.
Sorry, in favor.
All right, Councillor Spillis, item 6.
This is a motion or resolution of Council Barrie dealing with the joint and several liability. They're basically reiterating the 7 recommendations that AMO made with respect to trying to reduce the burden that the municipalities are incurring as a result of increased liability premiums. So I'd like to move that we support the motion that the City of Barrie has done, and also provide a copy of our motion to our MPP Ted Arnott, or Speaker Ted Arnott.
Councillor, can I get a seconder for that? So we'll discuss. Councillor Goyda. Excellent. All right, Councillor Bailey, comments?
Yeah, I'm in support of that.
Okay. Councillor Balmer.
Certainly, this issue has come up, I think, on every term of council I've sat on, if not every year. So it's certainly it doesn't hurt to reiterate the interest in fixing this problem. So thank you.
Councillor Guida.
Yes, I would support that as well.
And I support it as well. It's, as Councillor Ballmer mentioned, it has been before us as in our term and in the previous terms, and hopefully with enough, motions going to the province, they will address this for us. We can't continue to pay because we're the only ones able to pay. That's not a good solution for this. So all in favor, Councillor Spools,
In favor?
Councillor Bailey,
In favor?
Councillor Ballmer,
In favor.
and Councillor Guida.
In favor.
All right, and I believe it was Councillor Bailey, 6.26.
Yeah. Now, I understand commenting period for this is over, but I just wanted to draw attention to it. Essentially what this ERO posting was, or is, says that the province is essentially reneging on the last phase of the excess soil requirements that came into effect in January. So it was a regulation that was in effect, and now they're proposing to put a pause onto it. I don't think that's a good idea. These regulations would help with greater transparency, traceability, accountability of the excess soil coming into the township, and help protect the agricultural lands from undue risk. They're meant as a tool that I think is being kind of taken away at this time, which is pretty disappointing. I do want to thank staff. I know they sent it out to both Stan and Kyle for comment, and there were no issues from them, but I'm glad that went there anyway. And I sent it to a few people within the township, and I know that they did some personal commenting. It's too bad we couldn't have made sort of a council comment, but I just wanted to draw attention to what was happening.
Thanks, Councillor Bailey. Mr. CAO, I feel in the past there's been a hard deadline for public comment, but the ministry has been receptive of receiving comments from municipalities past the posted public end date. Is there a possibility of that here?
They didn't specifically say that they would allow that. We didn't ask that question, but having said it, they didn't say that they wouldn't either. So there's no harm in preparing some comments and submitting our council's displeasure with and disappointment with this decision. We could easily put something together and submit it. There's no harm in doing that.
I'll come back to you, Councillor Bailey. Would you have an idea of a generalized comment of, as the CAO reference there, is just that we're disappointed and we have concerns about illegal dumping in our township? Or was your intent to get into the fine details of commenting on that?
No, not into fine details, but just regarding how important sort of these regulations are to helping keep risk at bay, and yeah, all the positive benefits to why it was implemented are now kind of being put on the back burner. So it was more of a general comment.
Mr. CAO, would you need us to help draft something if council was supportive of putting in a comment, just showing that we have concerns that has been put on pause, or do you feel staff would be, comfortable, compiling a letter later?
We could definitely be comfortable doing that. Basically just expressing our disappointment and council's disappointment in this. And we've got the comments that Councillor Bailey just made, so we can incorporate that for sure. Yeah, that's no problem. We can do that at the staff level.
So why don't I take that as a moved motion, Councillor Bailey, that you want the staff to prepare comments about item 6.26. And can I get a seconder so I can get everybody to discuss this? Councillor Spillis. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Spillis. Thoughts?
Yeah, I agree with making the people, whoever's responsible for this aware of our displeasure. I'd like to also suggest that we include Speaker Ted Arnott as well in this. So it's election time, and I think these people have to start realizing that when you say you're going to do something and you don't follow through with it, that doesn't look that good on you.
Okay, Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and thank you to Councillor Bailey for bringing this forward. And I understand it's difficult when we weren't able to act as a council, as one on this, but because you brought it to our attention ahead of time, at least I was able to share it with people who in the community as well that thought it might be important to comment, and they did, and they were grateful that you brought that forward. So that we still were able to act as a team, even if it was more on an individual level. Regarding the letter, yes, I certainly support that. But one of the pieces I'd like to include is something regarding those that did the extra work to comply with this. That's something we certainly encourage and support here, and it helps what builds trust in the businesses that are involved in this and in our community and in regulation. And this action sort of undermines that whole trust, and it makes it, next time, why would businesses bother to make the investments if there's a chance that by not doing so, they just get off the hook? It just sets the wrong message to on the whole thing. And I'd like to somehow in our letter recognize that piece in terms of, I think it was the letter that was shared included some discussion around that, about those that complied versus those that didn't, and it doesn't create a level playing field out there. Thank you.
Mr. CEO, do you need any more clarification on what Mr. Bulmer is discussing there?
Oh, that's good. I made some notes here. That'll be grateful for sure. Include that. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Goda.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Councillor Bailey, for bringing this up. I do think it's important that we provide a letter and make some comment. I know that you had done some work in advance and you had shared some of the a letter or comment that had been prepared by the Christian Farmers Federation of Ontario. And that was a very well written letter. It touches on what Councillor Bulmer just said about the fair treatment to those who have worked hard to comply, and the pause is only allowing the regulations to be abused for longer. So one of the other things that maybe we should add, and it was brought up in that letter as well, is the proposal talks about pausing in order to allow various organizations more time to properly understand the requirements and implement the changes. And I think that if that is the case, then there should be resources that are actively available to educate and support, because to just say we're pausing to allow more time without doing anything to actively help those people struggling to comply, to me, I feel like we're just going to be having the same conversation again in January 2023. So I think that there needs to be some effort put in to implement some education components as well.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Goda. I support this, Councillor Bailey. It concerns me that the MTO has major projects going on. I believe they just started digging for the subway. So, the fill that they're going to be producing is going to have to go somewhere. And I would have preferred to see the regulations stay in. As we know, we've had some challenges here in Puslinch. So I'm supportive of the letter. I'll ask just staff one last time, and council, anything you've heard that you're not supportive of, please just raise your hand. And Glenn, are you comfortable with the comments you've heard from staff or from council?
Yeah, we've got them noted down here. For sure, we can definitely incorporate that into a letter for you. We'll CC a copy to all of you as well, so that you have that.
Okay, and council, you're supportive of each other's comments? Nothing. Okay, excellent. All right, Ms. Hoyfox, you have a resolution for 6.26, please.
A consent agenda item 6.26 listed for the April 13th, 2022 council meeting be received. And whereas Puslinch Council does not support the proposed pause on implementation of the excess soil requirements, that council directs staff to forward comments to the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, and that MPP Ted Arnott be copied on the correspondence.
Thank you. Mover for that, please, Councillor Bailey. And seconded by Councillor Sapoulis. All in favor, Councillor Sapoulis?
In favor.
Councillor Bailey?
In favor. Thank you, everyone.
Councillor Bulmer?
In favor.
Councillor Goda?
In favor.
Okay. Any delegations, public meeting. We have a public meeting tonight, April 13th, 2022, public information meeting held by electronic participation at 7 p.m. regarding the following. Public information meeting zoning amendment D14/SLA. We have D14/CBM and accessory residential unit provisions. So we'll see everyone at 7. On to reports. Just fire none. 9.2, let me get my computer caught up. And I believe that's Ms. Hassan. Finance 2022-011.
So this, council, this is just an annual report provided to council as required in the Municipal Act with the remuneration and expenses paid to members of councils and others and other appointees for the year 2021. If council has any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
We have a resolution for that one, Ms. Fox.
That report FIN 2022-011 regarding the remuneration and expenses paid to members of councils and others for 2021 be received, and that the remuneration and expenses paid to members of council and others during the year 2021 be posted on the township's website.
Thank you. May I mover for that, please? Councillor Bailey, seconded by Councillor Spillis. Any comments or questions for Ms. Hassan? Just gonna do this one generally. No, all in favor, Councillor Spillis,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey. I didn't hear you. I was looking away. In favor, Councillor Bailey? Yep. Councillor Bulmer
In favor.
and Councillor Goyda.
In favor.
All right, next one is again you, Ms. Hassan, FIN 2022-013.
So this is just a quarterly report that Finance prepares collaboratively with the leadership team regarding our fourth quarter of 2021. Should council have any questions, I'd be pleased to answer them.
All right, Ms. White Fox, can we have that resolution read, please?
That report FIN 2022-013 regarding the fourth quarter financial report for 2021 be received.
Mover for that, please. Councillor Bulmer
Yes.
and seconded by Councillor Goyda.
Yes.
Excellent. Any questions for Ms. Hassan? Okay, all in favor, Councillor Spillis,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey,
Favor.
Councillor Bulmer,
In favor.
and Councillor Goyda.
In favor.
All right, on to the next one. Finance 2022-014, temporary borrowing bylaw. Ms. Hassan?
So the purpose of this bylaw is just as a contingency, should the township require temporary borrowing in 2022. For the last several years, we haven't actually required temporary borrowing, but this is just in case in the odd circumstance that we would, just to have all the processes in place.
Okay, thank you. Ms. White Fox, the resolution, please.
That report FIN 2022-014 regarding the 2022 temporary borrowing bylaw be received, and that council give 3 readings to bylaw number 2022-013, being a bylaw authorizing external temporary borrowings of $1.5 million in 2022.
All right, can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Spillis, seconded by Councillor Bailey. Any questions or comments for Ms. Hassan? No, all in favor, Councillor Spillis,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey,
Favor.
Councillor Bulmer,
In favor.
and Councillor Goyda.
In favor.
Oops, I'm scratching. All right, and the final one, Ms. Hassan, FIN 2022-015.
So this again is another report as required in the Building Code Act, which provides information regarding the building department's total fees, expenses, and reserve balance for 2021. Should council have any questions, I'd be pleased to answer.
Thank you. Ms. White Fox, could you read the resolution, please?
That report FIN 2022-015 regarding the 2021 annual building permit report be received.
The mover for that, please. Councillor Goyda, seconded by Councillor Spillis. Any questions or comments on that one? All right, all in favor, Councillor Spillis,
In favor.
Councillor Bailey,
Favor.
Councillor Bulmer,
In favor.
and Councillor Goyda.
In favor.
All right. Okay, next we have report ADM 2022-018, and I believe it's Mr. Bunn.
Thank you, Mayor Sealy. The purpose of this report is to provide council with an update regarding the first quarter of 2022 by law enforcement files that have been opened and closed. I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you. Can I get the resolution, Ms. White Fox?
That report ADM 2022-018 regarding the first quarter 2022 bylaw enforcement update be received for information.
I'm going to move for that, please. Councillor Bulmer,
I'll move.
And I'll second Councillor Spoulos. Any questions or comments for Mr. Bunn? Oh, Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it's interesting to see over time as we're closing the files. That's good progress to see the number that are in arrears are slowly declining. Did I read the report properly that there were only 4 complaints that came in the first quarter of this year?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. It was 4 formal complaints. That doesn't include complaints that would be just brought forward and then staff investigate. And if there's no legal activity occurring or occurrence against the bylaw of the township, that wouldn't be filed as a formal complaint.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful because I saw that and I tried to put that in context of our decision recently to add a full-time bylaw enforcement officer. So it's just, these are the ones that would go beyond, that had to go beyond the receiving a complaint and then went on to requiring some additional investigation.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And we're keeping track. I guess we haven't hired that new bylaw enforcement officer yet then, and we're keeping track of this as we go to that to make sure that we're hiring to meet a need that exists. I know we had a backlog before that needed to be addressed, but we're tracking the need as we go ahead.
That's correct. The job posting is out currently. No person's been hired, but yes, we do track that. And we still have, as you can see, I believe there's about 15 or 16 open files at the moment.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And with the pause in the excess soils legislation, Councillor Bulmer, I'm sure we're going to see an increase in bylaw complaints around fill. So I look forward to that next quarter report. Any further questions for Mr. Bunn? No. Okay. All in favor? Councillor Spoulos.
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
Favor.
Councillor Bulmer.
In favor.
And Councillor Goyda.
In favor.
Get my, so next one is ADM 2022-19. And that is, let's see, keep swinging small. Give me a second. This is Ms. Whitefox this time.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this report is regarding the Joint Integrity Commissioner appointment. We're looking for council authorization to appoint the current Integrity Commissioner for an extension of 1 year to April 31st, 2023. This will put us in line with the County of Wellington appointment as well. If there's any questions or comments, I'm happy to answer.
I have you read the resolution, please.
That report ADM 2022-019 regarding the appointment of the Joint Integrity Commissioner be received, and that council give 3 readings to bylaw 2022-015, being a bylaw to appoint Guy Giorno, partner Faskin Martineau, as the Township's Integrity Commissioner effective May 1st, 2022 to April 31st, 2023. And further, that council authorize the mayor and clerk to execute an amending agreement to extend the existing agreement for a period of 1 year from May 1st, 2022 to April 31st, 2023.
Thank you. Mover for that, please. Councillor Spoulos, seconded by Councillor Bailey. Any comments or questions for Ms. Whitefox? Councillor Bailey.
Just a question. What's the typical sort of term for an agreement?
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Bailey. Just in speaking with the County of Wellington clerk, she had indicated that it was the preference of our current Integrity Commissioner to actually straddle a term of council. So a 4-year term would probably be typical, but it's his opinion that this run over the course of 2 terms of council, which is why the county appointed from 2019 to 2023 to allow that to happen.
Okay. All right. Any further questions? No. All in favor? Councillor Spoulos.
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
In favor.
Councillor Bulmer.
Favor.
And Councillor Goyda.
In favor.
All right. So next one is you, Miss Whitefox. It's temporary patios. Yeah, the floor is yours. Then as soon as you're done your little summary, can you please just read the resolution?
Certainly. So this report is in respect to the temporary patio permissions that were authorized by the province and then implemented by staff during the pandemic under the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act. And as noted in the report, it was really to allow the quick establishment of the extension of dining capacity for restaurants and bars during the pandemic. So the report is just to give an update to council on what occurred during this time with respect to the patios, and just to give a staff recommendation that the temporary patio permissions be extended to the end of the season for 2022, and then looking to implement a different process for establishing patios beyond that time period, just in accordance with township bylaws and the Planning Act provisions.
Yeah,
And-
oh, sorry.
Oh, certainly. I was just going to read the resolution. So it's as noted in the report that ADM 2022-020 entitled Temporary Patios be received, and that council extend the temporary patio permissions until October 31st, 2022, in accordance with the staff recommendations outlined in the report.
Thank you. Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Bailey, seconded by Councillor Spluss. Okay, comments. Councillor Spluss.
Yes, I'm in favor of the recommendation, and I thank staff for pivoting and recognizing the need to keep the patios open until at least October 31st. And I think the proposal to move forward after October 31st is very workable as well.
Yeah, Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I agree as well, and I'm in support of the extension. I think even though the establishments are allowed the 100% capacity, there's still residents out there that are, not quite comfortable with that yet. So this gives them opportunity to still support these businesses. And we're coming into patio season. So thanks to staff.
Councillor Balmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the direction we're going. I just want to make sure I confirm. We're talking about when we extend it to the end of October, it'll be extending the division of the occupancy to the end of October rather than doubling the occupancy. Is that correct? Is it dividing it between indoors and outdoors?
Yes. So Councillor Balmer, it would be the shifting of the capacity. So utilizing the outdoor space, but not increasing the overall capacity.
Right. So not necessarily increasing impact during this time, but giving the operators time at any time between now and the end of October. If they wanted to make it permanent, they don't have to wait until the end of October to go through that process. At any time, they could decide to, if they wanted to increase the overall capacity to utilize the patio space, they could do that as well with the new lighter process you're proposing. Is that right?
Yes, absolutely. So they could make the application at any time if they'd like to make the patios permanent. And then we would just need to look at each application individually to see what those requirements would look like.
Super. So the October deadline is really in the hands of the restaurant owners. If they want to do something permanent, the deadline wouldn't apply if they got something approved. So is that right?
Yes, correct.
Super. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm supportive of the extension as well. I agree with Councillor Bailey. There's a lot of people out there that are not comfortable being with other people inside, and with the rising numbers of COVID cases, to support our local businesses that have these temporary patios, I think it's a good call on staff, and they put up, as Councillor Blomer just mentioned, I like that they have the opportunity to have the temporary patio without additional capacity, but they could start the process at their leisure and to try to make it permanent. So thank you, staff, for doing this, and I'm sure the local businesses will appreciate it. And I think that's it for me. Can I get a all in favor? Councillor Spluss.
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
Favor.
And Councillor Balmer.
In favor.
All right. That was good. 934. This is Miss White Fox as well.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is an update on the line fence viewer appointments, carrying over from last year, where we were looking at the potential for a bylaw and then enacting the Line Fences Act. And so this is an update on the recruitment process that came out of the January 19th, 2022 council meeting. And as noted in the report, 3 successful candidates were selected through that recruitment process, and there is a bylaw prepared to appoint those individuals at this meeting. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Okay, thank you. The resolution, please.
That report ADM 2021-021 entitled Line Fence Viewer Appointments be received, and that council give 3 readings to bylaw 2022-014, being a bylaw to appoint Paul Grisdale, Trevor Barton, and Norm Hughes as line fence viewers for the Township of Puslinch for the term commencing on April 13th, 2022 and ending December 31st, 2026.
I get a mover for that, please. Councilor
I'll move.
Spillis. Oh, I got you. I'll get you a seconder, Councilor Bulmer. Comments, Councilor Spillis.
No, I'm in support of the recommendation and the recommendations rather. No comments.
Councilor Bailey.
Thank you. Yeah, I read in the report that we had, we were going to be hiring 4, and we've only got 3 on there. And I'm sure that's sufficient for the amount of fence viewing that's needed in the township. But I just wanted to make note that I know of a few other interested parties that had expressed interest in it. And so I guess I'm just wondering from staff, is there opportunity to sort of make note of those persons? And if there's, if there's a vacancy or something comes up that we can reach out to them, is there sort of a process in place for that?
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. We could certainly check with our HR department just to find out what that process looks like if we do receive expressions of interest outside of the recruitment process, and how we would be able to keep track of that information. And we can look into that to see what the possibility of that is, for sure.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Councilor Bulmer.
Oh, I'm supportive of the direction. Thanks.
Councilor Guida.
I'm also in support. Thank you.
Yeah. All in favor, Councilor Spillis.
In favor?
Councilor Bailey.
Favor.
Councilor Bulmer.
In favor.
And Councilor Guida.
In favor.
That's carried. Okay. Right, 9.3.5. All right, Ms. Whitefox.
Yes, thank you. This is the second draft of the municipal street naming policy. The first draft was brought to the March 2nd meeting, and we received council comments based on that first draft. And staff have worked to incorporate those comments in the second draft. And those changes are noted in a yellow highlight in the policy that's attached to the report. And staff are available to answer any questions that council may have, as well as just to note any further revisions to the draft in order to bring it back to a future council meeting.
Okay, thank you. Can you read the resolution, please?
That report ADM 2022-022 entitled Draft Municipal Street Naming Policy, second draft, be received for information, and that council directs staff as follows.
Thank you. Okay, a mover for that, please. Councilor Bulmer.
Yes, I'll move.
Councilor Spillis, want to second that?
Yes.
Okay, comments. Councilor Spillis.
Yes, a question of staff. This is written as a policy, and is the intent, once council has a version that's agreeable, is that intent to take it out to the public for their comments and then bring it back and then enact a bylaw regarding the policy?
At this point, staff would bring this back, the policy back as a schedule to a bylaw to enact by council. We hadn't had any plans at this time to bring it out for public comment, but we certainly can do that at the direction of council.
Okay. All right, so some comments I have. Right now, the way the policy is written, that the township is going to absorb all costs for street names do not meet the policy. We discussed last time coming up with some sort of cost sharing arrangement, and I think it's important that whoever proposes this has some costs associated with as well. In other words, to make it a serious concern, let's make sure that they are aware they're going to be paying money and follow through with it. So with respect to the quantum on the cost sharing, Last time I talked about $5,000. I'm okay going to half. I'm also willing to go even further than that. The other comment I have is if it's a private road, I really don't want to ask the owner, do you agree with a name change? Because basically, if the road name does not conform with our policy, then you're giving the owner a veto power. The way I look at it, council is going to have the final say in any event. Staff are going to put forward all the information we got, and the decision will come to council for the final say. So I'm okay with basically the way it's written, save for the point associated with cost sharing.
Sorry, I'm just making a note on what you said. Give me 2 seconds.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Poulos. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks to staff. I like how in the policy now it divides the renaming component into whether it's in compliance or non-compliance. So I like how that's been split in there. It does seem more clear, and then put into the chart form. So it's sort of pretty crystal in there what the plan process is. One of the changes I'd like to see, and Councillor Sepoulos just touched on it, was in 9.3. It says all costs associated with renaming a street that is in non-compliance with the policy shall be the responsibility of the township. And I as well thought we had a different conversation about that, but I think it's reasonable to have the township cover the signs and maybe the administrative costs, but not the flat fee component.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bailey. Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you. And first, I just want to say compliments to the chef, or the kitchen, as it were. This was so easy to follow. So it felt right. There was something good about this, and I just want staff to hear that. It made it easier to read this time. A lot of good thought. Someone combed it. It felt good to read it. To Councillor Sepoulos's point, I share your concerns, and thank you for mentioning the owner of the private road, or the condo corp, or the other. I've wrestled with that one as well. I think it certainly would serve an applicant well if it was in a condominium association, if they approached the condo board and had them on side, and then the condo board themselves could be the applicant. And so I think I agree it doesn't need to be a requirement, but I think it would be helpful if we're going to produce an application for this, that it should be a suggestion that anybody living on a private road at least reach out to that road owner to, even if we don't make it a requirement. I think it's a good suggestion just to acknowledge that the owner of a private road has an interest here, but I support the idea of not making a requirement. There were 3 things that I had some concerns with as well, that I think they're tweaking more than significant changes. Number one, there's nothing in section 9 that explicitly requires anyone to do a test or determine the merit of a particular application qualifying for the treatment of section 9, which is different from section 8. Section 8 puts all the burden on the applicant, section 9 does not. And I think it's important to avoid frivolous applications trying to sneak in a section 9, that at some point early on in the process, before staff invests a lot of time, that there's some assessment made to see if it qualifies and to be under the section 9 process. So I'd like to see that added. But if we're not going to, then we should also look at, in section 8, there's a piece that talks about a road can't be named more than once in 10 years. If we're not going to have a test in section 9, we should have something in section 9 regarding how many times someone could submit an application. If submitting an application initiates an extensive process that takes up a lot of staff time, and there's no test for that, for initiating that process, we should have a limit on the number of times someone can initiate that process if they're not facing any costs or any tests to do so. I guess the last one, what's the last one? Oh, excuse me. Yeah, to go back to the cost piece that was raised by Councillor Bailey and Councillor Sepoulis, I'm concerned about the use of the word all costs, and I think that needs to be clarified. I think through our discussions today, we're going to get some focus on that, but the wording of using the word all costs suggests it could be over and above the fixed costs that are suggested for Section 8 applications. So I think that needs some clarification, but otherwise, I think we're on the right track. And I think we're only one edit away from seeing the final product that we can all support. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Balmer. Councillor Goyda.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to reiterate Councillor Balmer's sentiment. I'm really pleased with this draft. I think staff have done a great job of incorporating council comments, and this policy is just much better now. In regards to the cost piece in 9.3, I also had a different understanding. My initial understanding was that the administrative cost and the cost of the street signs would be the responsibility of the township. And I support that. But I've now come to understand that the intent is also for the township to pay the flat fee as it's outlined in section 10.2.2. And although I could support the township covering the cost of replacing the signs and the administrative costs and maybe even the emergency numbers, which I understand is about $30 a piece, I struggle a bit with the entire population of the township collectively paying the individual administrative cost to each owner and business to change their address. So that's sort of my thought on that. And then just to the piece about the owner of the private road, I would agree with Councillor Balmer that there definitely should be some dialogue there, and that should be encouraged. But as Councillor Sepoulis said, I don't think that should be a requirement. Those are just my comments, and I would agree that it's very close, and I think likely by the next draft this will be ready.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Goyda. I want to talk about the notice to the owner. I don't view it as a veto. The way I'm viewing it is, if it's a township road and you file an application, that's our notice because we're the owner. So I feel that maybe the township should take on that position of notifying the private road owner, because I think in the past there's been some cloudy information if it's completely held by organizations outside the township. So if the township receives an application to change the name of a private road, then I would like to see the township then engage the owner, and then they can fill out, similarly why they feel that maybe the name is not in violation of the policy. And then that's just a piece of the Lego for the staff to then determine whether they buy into the owner's position or, the people that are asking for the renaming. And it's just more pieces of the puzzle they can use. But I don't think that a private owner should have the veto power. So I'm in agreement with you on that one, Councillor Sepoulis. But I feel that they at least deserve to be notified and then also plead their case. And I want that managed by township staff, not some grassroots organization down there. The other thing is the costing. You guys have covered that. Staff's going to come back. I'm in agreement with at least the 50%. There has to be some costs associated when you're imposing it on a private road. I also like the fact that we could cover street signs and even the individual house signs. That's all part of what we're supposed to do. The other thing I'd like staff to, and even maybe even council to discuss, but we supported a private members bill resolution at the federal level for not hate symbols and things like that, but there was a religious symbol exemption in that, and we supported that. And I'd just like to hear from staff in this next draft, what their position is on those, if we're going to include a religious component exemption or not. I think it needs to be discussed. And I don't know if it's fair to do that today. So I'd like to see that. And then I want to take a 4-minute break. You raised, one of the counselors, was it you, Councillor Sapoulis, you asked about if we're going to the public. I need to talk to the CAO and see if I'm allowed to say the next comment that I want to say. I don't want to put myself in you know, some things we've heard were in closed session, so I want to just make sure I'm not crossing any boundaries. So if we could take a 5-minute break and come right back, that'd be great. And Glenn, could you give me a call, please? Okay, thank you, Council, for your indulgence in that. We'll break. Quick roll call. Councillor Spoulos.
Present.
Councillor Bailey.
President?
Councillor Ballmer.
Here.
And Councillor Goyda.
Present.
All right. So Councillor Spoulos, further to your point about public engagement and public information, I think I'm going to ask Mr. CAO to give us a little bit more insight into that. Then Council can you know, make a decision. Okay, Mr. CAO.
Sure, thank you. In the past, we have had discussions about various stages of public consultation during a naming process or during the passing of the bylaw. So I think what we would recommend as staff, as council is aware, we have had some legal input on this issue and on preparing a draft bylaw, and we've done a number of iterations of the bylaw, bringing it forward. With the feedback that we're getting in today's meeting, I think what we are is pretty close, as you mentioned, to a final bylaw. So what I would suggest is that we have this go forward to our solicitor for one final review, just to make sure with the things that we have adjusted and tweaked through the process that it's still all appropriate and still complies with the necessary public notice, public consultation requirements, along with all the other legal aspects to it. But I think it's, given the importance of this particular issue, I just think it would be prudent for us to have one final legal review before it's finally adopted. That would be our recommendation.
Okay, Councillor Spoulos.
Yeah, just a question. So you're saying we would not go out to the public?
What I'll just get verification from the solicitor on that when we do this, and then bring that forward, and then, you know, whether I'll provide you the feedback once we get that. I just want to get confirmation if that's something that's required, recommended, whatever, but we will get that information to you.
Okay, that's my big concern, is that we don't, if this step is required and we don't do it, then we can be challenged and we're in trouble. Well, that sounds good that you're going to check with the lawyer. I agree with that. I also accept the mayor's suggestion that the staff deal with the owner. That seems a nice way out of it, type of thing. Eliminates any head butting type of thing. It sort of puts it on a level playing field, so to speak, between the two parties. And with respect to the amount, I guess I heard from two councillors that all the costs except for the administrative and the signage should be borne by the proponent. I heard you, Mr. Mayor, suggesting you're in favor of 50%. I'm going to throw open that we do 50%. And if that doesn't fly, then that's fine too. I'm okay. It's just a matter of working out something that's agreeable to all of us.
Well, thank you, Councillor Spoulos. Councillor Bailey.
I'm going to go in reverse order. So in respect to the fee, my interpretation, or what I had thought, was that in section 9, where a street is in non-compliance with the policy, the proponent or the applicant wouldn't be paying a flat fee to the residents on the street. The residents themselves would just be paying for their own address change, and the township would do the signs and the administrative fee.
You need some clarity on that one, Councillor Bailey?
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, I thought we were on the same until that just came up. I'll move on, just in terms of, I like.
Actually, I'll interject there
dealing
real
with
quick.
Owner.
I'll interject. Let Ms. White Fox maybe provide you some feedback on that first.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Bailey. So it's just a question of the intent of what the draft bylaw is intending for where a street renaming does not meet the bylaw. Is that the question of the, okay. So the way the draft is written is that where a existing name does not meet the bylaw, the township would bear all costs associated with the renaming, and that would include the flat fee structure. That's the way this draft is written.
Okay, so my preference would be the township would only pay for the signage that needs replacing and any administrative costs, but any cost to residents changing their address would just be on them.
Okay. Now your next point, Councillor Bailey.
I like the idea of staff dealing with an owner of a private road, whether it's a organization or an individual. And Glenn, when you were giving your description there, you were using the word bylaw, but this is a policy we're writing. Is there any distinction between that in terms of getting a lawyers to look it over?
A common approach by many municipalities is to create a policy, but then have the policy enacted by bylaw. That's the typical approach. What we'll do is I'll just confirm this with our solicitor. Given this topic, what's the recommended approach for this particular issue, just to see if there's a better, cleaner way should any issues arise in the future. But I'll report back to you on that as well.
Okay, I think that's a good approach. Thanks.
Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you. Yes, I understand Councillor Bailey's read of the current wording suggests that since there's nothing anywhere else that suggests something in an application under Section 9 that anybody would receive the flat fee, I can understand how she read it that way. I read it that way too. It's one of my concerns about but it could be read multiple ways. So I'm leaning, I'm comfortable with the way it, with Councillor Bailey has read it. This is a challenge. I'm on the fence between Councillor Bailey and Councillor Spoulis on this one. But I must admit, if I go back to the original draft and the letters of support that were received regarding that original draft, there seemed to be support for the idea that the applicant participates in the cost of the change. And so I guess if that's going to tip me to one side or the other of this discussion, I'd have to go towards Councillor Spoulis's suggestion where under Section 9, the township certainly pays all of the costs, as you point out, Mr. Mayor, the signs, the things that are things anyway. But the balance, if we're going to start including these flat fees, then that should be a shared responsibility. And I believe, if I understand it correctly, Councillor Spoulis, you're suggesting that the flat fees be covered 50-50 between the applicant and the township. Is that correct?
That is correct, Councillor.
Then I would throw my weight behind that suggestion at this point, just out of respect for those that wrote in earlier on, supported the first draft, which actually had the applicant paying all of it, which didn't quite sit right with me. So I like Councillor Spoulis's approach on splitting that portion 50-50. So thank you. I do have questions about I think if I could, I have other questions that have come up since it's the process piece, if I could, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Mr. CAO talked about, of course, this is an internal policy. When he says enacted by a bylaw, it doesn't mean we're going to write another bylaw. It's just that we will pass, it'll be a bylaw enacting this policy, and we can use a policy to do this because the Municipal Act gives us the authority to rename roads, private and otherwise. That's why we can do this through policy, and we don't have to write a full bylaw. We just enact this policy through bylaw. We don't write a parallel bylaw that rewords the whole thing. Is that correct, Mr. CIO?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Well, that's what we're gonna get an opinion on from the solicitor, I believe. Anyways, Councilor Goyda.
Thank you. I think I just want to, I guess I just need to maybe clarify in terms of the cost sharing for a road that is not in compliance. My take, and I think this is what Councillor Bailey is alluding to, is that the township would pay the costs associated with the street sign, the administrative cost, the internal Puslinch administrative cost, because those are our sort of areas, but that the flat fee that I guess would apply if it is in compliance, the policy is it doesn't apply to, I guess, section 9, a road being changed that doesn't comply. I guess I just don't see the need for having that flat fee structure in place for if the road name is not in compliance with the policy. In other words, each individual homeowner on that road would cover their own cost of their own administrative cost of changing their own address. The applicant or the township would not be responsible for that. I don't know if I'm explaining that correctly, what my thought process is on it. I think that's what Councillor Bailey is also suggesting, but I'm not clear either. That's the direction that I was thinking and hoping that this would go.
Sorry, so your direction is what? For a road that's non-compliant, private road, what direction do you want the costs to go? Zero cost to the applicant and zero, and so the township, so as it's written today, you're supportive of it, that the township absorbs all costs. Is that what I'm hearing?
Not necessarily, because it's not clear how it's written when it says all costs. It's not clear what that means. To me, the cost is changing the name of the street signs and any internal administrative costs. The other costs, which are the costs for each individual homeowner to change their letterhead and their checks and their address, all those things, that cost would be the responsibility of each individual person to do that, not of the applicant and not of the township.
Okay, so that's fair. That's your opinion. Because so then I think what Councillor Tsoupalis, myself, and Bailey so far are really debating is, and I'm actually not on page with part of it, is that flat fee that you're going to be compensated for. I'm living on a street that I don't want my name changed. Councillor Goyda, you file the application. There's a flat fee that I'm going to get compensated, and I think it's written $200. I might have the number wrong. There's been a few drafts. What I think we're saying is the applicant should be responsible for half of that. Where I'm on a different page, I hate to muddy the water, is I think then the homeowner should eat the other half. I don't believe the township should compensate the other half. The applicant wants to impose this on residents that possibly don't want it changed, then you need to compensate them for 50% of what the township feels is a reasonable compensation of the $200. So each one that's, but this is another component, maybe part of it is that the township can notify the residents on the road that are going to be affected and say, you are by default declining to receive compensation. And they put the onus on the owner down there to reach out to the township and say, yes, I want my $100 to help cover some of the costs for changing my business name. So maybe that's a better option, that by default, and again, put it in the hands of the staff, they reach out to the affected owners. By default, you are not going to be eligible for, or you will not receive compensation. If you wish to receive compensation, then the applicant is responsible for that $100 per house. And that could be, paid out from the security or however they want to do it. But I think we're on so everybody here is on the same page with the signs and admin costs and things that are under our umbrella being covered by the township. It's just the costing associated with it. And I don't know if council would be comfortable with Mr. CAO bringing back 3 options. One is basically how it's not written here because it was including street signs. So the township covered the flat fee, or I guess we removed the flat fee component. The other one is 50% or another number lower. I was kind of a minimum 50% guy. I think I hate to speak for you, Councilor Spillis, but I feel that you were maybe a maximum 50%, for the fee for the applicant. So if staff could come back, as I said, as just rewording it as 3 options for the costing, as we cover signs, internal admin costs, any costs associated with dealing with the landowner of the private road. The other one would be, say, a 50% cost that would be paid to residents that are affected that wish to opt in, and then a lower number if council wants it to be for a lower number for the applicant to be responsible for. So we can leave that to staff. So I'll go around, Matthew. I'll start with Councilor Spillis. What are your thoughts on those 3 staff coming back?
Okay, I just want to be clear on the 50%. I was intending that to be the flat fee shared 50% between the proponent and the township. And you're saying it should be 50% between the proponent and the homeowner.
So essentially just the proponent pays, because the homeowner would just have to absorb it. But yes, you're right.
Yeah, so I would think that there is a real cost associated with affecting a homeowner. The number that was quoted, I believe, included things like for a year, you have the post office do the necessary address changes and all that sort of thing. So there's a fee associated with that. So I think that flat fee should be shared between the proponent and the township. That's my personal interpretation. Otherwise, the other 2 points you make, I'm okay with that.
We'll hash it out at the next one. Councilor Bailey?
Yeah, I think I'd like to see an option where there is no flat fee. I think
That's option 1. That's option 1.
Yeah, there is no flat fee, and if the road you're living on happens to change, then you just change your address as if Canada Post has said, hey, your postal code has changed, and it's not a big deal. I think we're making it into a really big deal, and it's just a cost that comes with that. So I mean, I would like to say it's just absorbed by the homeowner.
Okay.
And not even say there's a flat fee. There's no fee. It's just your road the name is changing. Do what you need to do to get your mail.
Okay. Councilor Bulmer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. I know you were hesitant to muddy the waters, but I think you've introduced a very interesting way to sort of meet everybody halfway in terms of giving under Section 9, just like under Section 8 applications. In Section 8 applications, people have the ability to opt out of receiving the compensation, or if that was included in Section 9 as well, as you suggested, that you have to opt in to receive it. It makes it possible to have exactly what some members of council are talking about, where if everyone chooses not to opt in to receive even their 50% or the 100%, as Councillor Sepoulis is suggesting, then there's no cost to the applicant at all. And that gives that flexibility where if you really are concerned about it, or you need that financial, you're in a situation where it would be a hardship, you can ask for it. If you're against the change, you can have your compensation, but if you're supportive of the change, you can not ask for it and reduce the burden on the applicant. So it gives that flexibility, the adaptability, I think that's in Section 8. So I'd like to try and hammer this out today so that when it comes back, it's done. And I would support your suggestion that and a combination of what you and Councillor Sapoulis are suggesting. The idea for people can have to opt in to receive the compensation under Section 9 if they choose to, and that compensation, the flat fee compensation, is split equally between the applicant and the township, as Councillor Sapoulis is suggesting.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bowman. Councillor Goida?
I have to say that I'm on the same page as Councillor Bailey. I understand where Councillor Bulmer and Councillor Sapoulis and you, Mayor Sealy, are coming from. I would support the idea of when a road name is not in compliance, there's no flat fee. It just is, as Councillor Bailey said, it's as if Canada Post has changed your postal code and you just do what you need to do to change your address. I am struggling with the idea of, if a road name is identified to not be in compliance of our street naming policy, that the financial burden of reimbursing everyone on that street is borne by the applicant. That, to me, just it doesn't jive. So if you want to sort of hammer this out today, I would be on board with what Councillor Bailey has said.
Okay. Yeah, we can hammer this out today. I have to say, though, when this first bylaw draft came forward, there was a lot of letters of support of having, the fee structure in there. So that weighs heavily on me, because those are the, people that are affected down there. So let's just hammer it out right now. So we have to decide whether or not we want costs associated with the name change of the road not in compliance. So in compliance. So Councillor Sapoulis, where do you stand?
Well, I'd like to move a motion that this is for non-compliance, that the flat fee be shared equally between the proponent and the township.
Need a seconder for that, so we can discuss it? No seconder. Oh, Councillor Bailey. Okay. Do you want to say some more words to that, Councillor Sapoulis?
Well, I hear what Councillor Boomer, you have said, that when this first came out, there was a lot of acceptance rather, by the various people who wrote in that there is going to be a cost associated with this, and they were willing to pay the cost. There is a cost associated with it. I hear what Councillor Bailey saying. There's nothing that's it happens all the time. Well, you're inconveniencing people, let's put it this way, and they're going to have to pay money out of their own pocket. Some of them might not like the name change, but at least they'll have compensation to make the pain lessen.
Councillor,
I'll second it if need be. I'll second it, Mr. Chair, but I'd like to propose a friendly amendment after.
I was just gonna speak to him about something, but Councillor Bailey, I believe, seconded it. I will, I'll let you go first, because it saves time by not getting to you and then putting an amendment on and going back. So sorry, Councillor Bailey, I'm just gonna ask Councillor Bulmer to do his amendment.
Thank you. Yeah, if Councillor Sapoulis be open to a friendly amendment, I could second your motion with a friendly amendment to add the ability for people to opt in or opt out, whichever staff feels would be easier for them, in order to mitigate the costs and to address the concerns raised by Councillor Bailey and Councillor Goida regarding putting all the burden, or even what we're talking about is 50% of the burden on the applicant. I'd like to give the applicant the opportunity to reduce that, and the other residents in the street to reduce that down to zero if possible, or 25% or 10%, because I share the concerns raised by both Councillor Bailey and Councillor Goida that if it doesn't comply with the policy, it doesn't comply. But at the same time, as I said before, the correspondence received from the residents who read the first draft were fully supportive. And you're right, there are costs. And so that's why I think this friendly amendment would strike a balance between the two that I could support. So thank you.
Yeah, I will accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay. Councillor Bailey technically seconded it. So Are you friendly with, are you okay with that amendment, or do I need to use Councillor Ballmer for the seconder?
Yep, no, I'm okay adding that in. I wondered if I could add something further. Instead of just doing it 50%, why not have it shared by the resident, the township, and the applicant? So your 33.3% or whatever you want to do, split it 3 ways.
Okay, well,
Then you're
what-
reducing the costs to the township, you're reducing a bit of the cost to the applicant, and you're putting a little bit of the onus on the resident, the owner, or the property owner.
Ms. Fox, procedurally, when you have a motion and then you have an amendment, yes, can you answer, can we do that? I don't think we can do that, Ms. or Councillor Bailey. We have to deal with the item at hand, I believe, so I'll just get clarification. Ms. White Fox?
So I'm just thinking with the friendly amendment to it, if this is another, it's not so much of as an amendment as it's changing the like the basis of the motion from 50% to something else.
So yes,
You may want to vote on this or
yeah, it's too big of a change, is what she's saying, Councillor Bailey. So we'll have to do this vote first, and then if it doesn't fly, then we can revisit it at your, you can place that motion. Do you have further comments besides that?
No, but I'd just like to hear what the wording is.
For the motion?
Yeah. Yeah.
Ms. White Fox?
So what I've captured is that the requester and the township share equally in the costs associated with a renaming request for a street name that is in non-compliance with the policy, and that there be an option to opt in or opt out of the reimbursement scheme if desired.
I think your cost verbiage is too general, because then we're going to get back into whether it's signs, and it has to be the flat fee.
Okay.
Really, you
so-
should just set the fee at whatever. Yeah, it has to be the flat fee at 50% with.
So to clarify, because I think I've heard a couple versions of this, the township is fully responsible for the administrative costs, the signage costs, the civic addressing costs, all the installation costs. That's not part of what we're looking to divide up between the requester. That's just our cost. We're only looking to do a apportionment of 50% for a flat fee structure for the affected property owners.
That's correct, with a caveat that everybody affected has the opportunity to opt in or out. I prefer to put them as opt out, or they're out automatically for
Yeah.
compensation.
Opt-in.
They have to contact staff to opt in. And then
Okay.
that way, by default, the applicant will have a cheaper cost associated with their application. And then if people want that compensation, then that's the will of the people down there.
Okay.
So
So
give me that,
then,
Councilor Close. I'll have you maybe reread it, Ms. White Fox.
okay, so I will amend it to say that the requester and the township share equally in the costs associated with the flat fee structure for a renaming request for a street name that is in non-compliance with the policy, and that there be an option to opt in to the reimbursement scheme if desired.
Good with that, Councilor Spools?
Yes, I am.
Councilor Bailey, you seconded that? Okay. Okay, where are we? Councilor Ballmer?
Oh, I support that. I think the wording could be tweaked up in the final policy to make sure that it works, and that the securities are collected appropriately based on the opting in and opting out. But I'll leave staff to those mechanics to figure out those mechanics in the order of operations. But I think we've worked well together on this, and I support the proposed recommendation. So thank you.
Councilor Goyda?
Yeah, thank you. I can appreciate the comments of the other counselors, and I do think that this is a good balance, and it does achieve at least part of what we're all speaking to. So I can support that.
Okay, so I think we have consensus on that. What were the other ones that need to be hashed out today so that the next draft is nearly complete, if not complete? Is there anything else? I wanted to hear back about, how we're going to deal with religious symbols because of our support for that private member bill at the federal level, but I don't believe that would be something that would hold it up next meeting. We just want justification from staff on where they put their position. Was there anything else that council can think of that need to be hashed out today to make it a more fulsome draft next time?
If I could, Mr. Chair, just a couple of comments I made. I'd like to make sure we have a direction from council to address the issue of confirming that an application qualifies for Part 9 or Section 9 treatment as opposed to Section 8. Or perhaps we should have also something regarding the number of times an application can be made under Section 9. If one fails in February, should it come back in March? That kind of thing. Those are the two things I'd like to have direction for staff on.
Right now or in the next one?
But to help them in terms of getting support from council, so they have direction to know if that's something that the council wants to be put in or not wants to put in, as opposed to just trusting that we say it and it gets done. I've recently learned from staff that it's very helpful if we provide clear direction as opposed to just saying things out loud and trusting that it's council's will as opposed to just being a single member's will. It's helpful if it becomes council's direction.
Yeah, so I'm not understanding exactly what you're asking to do or to change in 8 and 9. So if you can say that now, then we can have that discussion. I need specifics.
Okay, so currently there is nothing explicit in Section 9 that suggests that staff will determine when they receive an application if it qualifies as a Section 9 application. There's no test to see if if the person writing in says, I'm a cat lover and my street name is Dog Street, I want it to be changed to Cat Street. Right now, there's nothing in the policy that says that that could qualify and off it would go as a Section 9 thing. I think there needs to be some test by staff, an explicit test written into the bylaw that says we have to look at what they're saying and see if it actually does qualify for Section 9, which is Section 9 is something that doesn't comply with the policy of being an appropriate name for a street. Right now, there is no test. We just accept it at face value that because the applicant says it's offensive or it doesn't comply with the bylaw, staff goes ahead and treats it like that. I think staff should test it, make a determination at the beginning whether it actually qualifies for the treatment under Section 9. That's all.
Well, the analogy you used was cat, and I don't see how cat would be in violation of our street naming policies under Section 9.
Exactly, but you just made that determination.
So, Glenn,
there's nothing in the bylaw that says that the staff will make a similar determination before the process is initiated.
Okay, so does this make sense, Glenn? Like, do you have an answer to that, or like you have enough information to come back to add a component for that, like a test?
Yeah, we have enough information to, so we understand the request. I want to have some discussions with staff as to, an appropriate way to go about this, whether it's a little checklist or some kind of method to put a test together, as Councilor Bulmer is mentioning. But yeah, we'll put something together and we can identify that when we bring it forward to council, that here's the method that is proposed to be incorporated into it. I don't have the answer here right now. We want to look into this to make sure that it's done appropriately.
Thank you. Yeah, if I could, to help out later on in Section 9, I can't remember the exact number. It explains that as part of preparing the report for council, staff will prepare a report explaining if or how this affects or how it offends the bylaw. I'm just suggesting that determination that's going to be in the staff report that goes to council be done sooner to avoid all the steps between the report to council and receiving the application, to save time and money on staff's part. That's all. The test is already written into the policy. It just happens far later than I think it should.
Okay, we will address that and bring that forward with the quote unquote final version to the next meeting that we can.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Chair, the second point was the number of times someone, the township will run this process or run staff through this process. Section 8 has a thing that says every 10 years, no more than every 10 years, you can change the name of a street, but we have nothing to say how many times we will consider an application under Section 9. If it fails the first time and fails the second time, it fails the third time, how many times a year, a term. So that's the other piece. I'd like to have some discussion about that.
Okay, I'm going to back up. The component of the test for these applications, Councillor Spillis, are you comfortable with what Councillor Bowman is proposing?
Yeah, CEO is comfortable, so I'm comfortable as well. He's the one who's got to do the grunt work, so to speak, so I'm fine with that.
Councillor Bailey? Yeah, you're welcome, Glenn. Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, I think it would add some clarity because again, we're making a lot of assumptions as to how it's going to pass a test without actually specifying what that is. So I think it will add some clarity to that.
Okay, Councillor Goyda?
Yeah, I think to Councillor Balmer's point that the test is kind of already in there, sort of. It's just not worded that way. I mean, Section 5 talks about the suitability and appropriateness of street names. So that right there is the checklist that needs to go through. It's just procedurally, you know, when someone is applying to change a name, are they applying for a Section 8 or a Section 9? And that determination needs to be made right off the get-go so that the correct process is followed. So I think I don't necessarily think it's a cumbersome job to put the test in place. I think it's kind of already there. It just needs to be clarified when it happens and what's being referenced to check off that list. So to me, that makes sense.
Okay. And I'm gonna have to go back. We forgot to vote on the cost options that we were discussing, but I don't want to get away from Councillor Bulmer's next point where under Section 9, he's saying that there should be similar time restraints on if an application wasn't deemed in non-compliance, similar to Section 8. Comments on that, Councillor Spools?
I think if it goes to council and council says it's non-compliant, I don't see why it would be resubmitted again. Like, to me, the staff has the out now to say council said no, it's a done deal, or said yes, it's a done deal, whatever the case may be.
So wouldn't it be clean just to put a time limit in there so that it's clear?
I can help, Mr. Chair, and Councillor Spoulos is correct. And it's, to me, it was the two were linked. If we don't have a test, then we need to have, if the test isn't at the beginning of the process, we need to have a limit on how many times a person can apply and run the process. But if we have the test at the beginning of the process, we don't need the limit, because the test will eliminate frivolous applications at the start.
Okay.
It's to me, they're tied together. That if we don't have one, we need the other. That's
Okay.
all.
So Mr. CAO, you're hearing that the test needs to happen earlier on in the process, and you're comfortable developing that and putting it into place?
Yes, we can easily accommodate that.
All right, and so council, you're supportive of that still? It'll be earlier in the process, it's heading, so we don't need to deal with Matthew's other component. Okay, and going back to the costing, shoot, I should have had that vote before, but it was Councillor Spools's motion. And Mrs. Hoyfox, could you read that again, please?
Yes, so it's that the requester and the township share equally in the costs associated with a flat fee structure for a renaming request for a street name that's in non-compliance with the policy, and that there be an option for affected street owners to opt into the reimbursement scheme if desired.
All right, I was moved by Councillor Spoulos, second by Councillor Bailey. Last kick of the can, all in favor? Councillor Spoulos?
In favor?
Councillor Bailey?
Think I can be in favor. I like the opt-in. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Goyda?
In favor.
Councillor Bulmer?
In favor.
Okay. The other direction that you've heard from Council, is there anything you need to hear specifically from us in unison? I know there's been a lot of words and things thrown out there.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I do have one clarification question.
Sure.
The flat fee structure relating to street naming requests that are in compliance with the policy, that's not, council has not taken issue with that section of the policy. That is all fine the way it's presented.
Council, Councilor Spillis,
I'm fine the way it's presented.
Councilor Bailey,
Yeah, I think I'm fine with as well.
Councilor, which word, Goida, sorry,
Yes, it's fine.
and Councilor Bulmer.
Well, it's fine, but of course, as you see, we'll need to add something similar to clarify what applies to the thing. So I think it's going to work out great. Thanks.
All right. Anything further, Ms. White Fox? We'll read that resolution and we'll move on to 10.4.
Certainly. So the resolution is that report ADM 2022-022 entitled Draft Municipal Street Naming Policy be received, and that staff incorporate council's comments in the next draft of the policy.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a mover for that, please? Councilor Spillis, seconder by Councilor Goida. All in favor, Councilor Spillis,
In favor?
Councilor Bailey,
Favor.
Councilor Goida. Oh, wait, Bulmer. I got messed up there.
In favor.
And Councilor Goida.
In favor.
Okay, Council, we're going to go to 10.4. Mr. Davis and Mr. Denhode are prepared to come for 11:30, and that's right now. That's the only report they're speaking to, correct?
Mr. Mayor, I believe they're here for, at least Kyle Davis is here. He has 3 items on the agenda, actually. He has the Clean Water annual report. Then we have the Triton Water Canada's holding report that's after that in regards to the permit to take water. And then he does have an item under correspondence, and that is the Guelph Water Supply Master Plan.
Sorry, I got that. So which is the first one, the Clean Water Report or Triton? What number? I need numbers.
Yep, the Clean Water report would be first up. And that's item number 9.3.7, and it's report number 2022-024.
Thank you. All right, have we moved him in yet? No. So sorry, council, we're doing 9.3.7.
And Mr. Mayor, I don't see him on the attendee section just yet, but I've sent him a quick email.
Well, I don't want to move on. I think this filling one will take some time. We could try. Is Mr. Denhode in?
Yes, Mr. Denhode is here in the attendee section with us. Yeah.
Here, let's, oh man, I don't like bouncing around. You know what? I'm gonna bounce around. Council, can we deal with 9.6.1? Removal of subject to interest property? Who is that? This one is. That's presented by Miss Banks. Is she here? Oh, she's not here either.
She is, Mr. Mayor. I can move Lynn over and we can
Yeah.
deal with this one.
Yeah, real quick, please. Sorry, Matthew, if it helps, that's page 260 of the agenda.
Thank you. Just down the street.
Yes. Hello, Miss Banks. Are you there, Lynn?
Yes, my apologies, Mr. Mayor.
There you are. Nice to hear from you.
It's nice to see you all again.
Yes. Do we get to see your face or no?
No, you do not, which is probably a good thing today.
It's never a good thing. All right, well, this report is yours, so council, a little summary.
Certainly. So this report deals with the property located at 7722 Wellington Road 34. The purpose of the report is for council to provide authorization to amend the description that's currently registered on title to the property for the purpose of removing the subject to interest of the municipality as noted in the property description. The owner's solicitor contacted the township advising that the owner wants to sell the property and they're just cleaning up title and they'd like to remove the subject to interest. He did provide us with some title search documents. It was closed. There's a road allowance on the property that was closed back in 1915. However, the document is extremely illegible just because of the date of the document and how it was written. It should be noted that the registry office appears to be satisfied with the bylaw was passed and was most likely registered on title, and the transfer was enacted to all of the abutting owners. It's an original road allowance that runs from south to north. And it appears that every property that abuts that road allowance on the east side, the road allowance description is included in their legal description for the property on their pins in land titles. So really, it's just a housekeeping matter. They like to have a clean title when they're selling property, so the new owner doesn't have to come back and make that requisition. Now, there is no evidence that a transfer to the abutting landowners was ever registered on title, but that's because they did a basic search. They went back 40 years. And since this goes back to early 1900s, possibly the late 1800s, we would have to take a deeper look into the books at the registry office, which are, there's usually quite a few for each property. They're handwritten, and we'd have to sub-search it all the way back to what occurred in the late 1800s or early 1900s. That gets pretty expensive just because of the title searcher's time and the volume of documents they have to go through. They have to find the book and then they have to try and locate the document at the registry office. As I said, pretty much every property on the east side, their legal description has the road allowance in it. So I'm pretty comfortable with this. And if council is agreeable, I can notify their solicitor that their client would be responsible for all legal costs.
Excellent. Ms. Whitefox, you have a resolution for that one, please?
That report PW 2022-002 entitled Removal of Subject to Interest in Property Legal Description for the property known municipally as 7722 Wellington Road 34 be received, and the council authorize the mayor and clerk to execute the acknowledgement and direction to enable the amending of the legal description.
Thank you. Can I get a mover for that, please? Councilor Spillis, seconded by Councilor Goida. Comments, Councilor Spillis?
Just a question. Lynn, you mentioned at the tail end of your presentation that the owner is responsible for all legal costs. Do we need to put that in the recommendation?
I believe I do have it in the report that the owner would be responsible for the legal costs. I think it would be good to put it in the recommendation, actually.
After Ms. Whitefox?
Absolutely, I can add and that the property owner would be responsible for all costs and disbursements. Lynn, does that
Yeah,
satisfy?
that works. That sounds good.
Okay, so that's my only comment, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Bailey?
Oh, no comments. Sounds good.
Councilor Goida? Bailey, or Balmer, sorry.
Makes sense. I am in favor.
Councilor Goida?
Yeah, I have no issue with it. I would be in favor.
Okay, all in favor. I'm gonna go around. Councilor Spillis, all in favor?
In favor.
Councilor Bailey?
Favor.
Councilor Balmer?
In favor.
Councilor Goida?
In favor.
All right, do we have Mr. Davis available for us?
Yes, I see both Kyle and Stan are with us. Mr. Mayor, I'll move just Kyle over to talk about his annual report, and then I'll move Stan over once that's completed, if that's all right with you.
Thank you. Yep. So I believe we're on agenda page item, number 221. It's 9.3.7, page 221. There he is. Mr. Davis.
Oh,
How are you doing?
good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good. All right, well, we're ready for your summary on your report whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, and before council today, I'm just going to pull it up. Before council today, I'm pleased to present the 2021 Source Water Protection Annual Report for the Township of Puslinch. As council will be aware, and as we previously reported, the township is required to submit reports to the applicable conservation authorities, the Grand River and the Halton Hamilton, by February 1st of every year. And I am pleased to report that the 2021 reports were submitted as required by the statutory deadline. The council report in front of you is just a summary of the key aspects that have occurred in the township in 2021 in terms of the implementation of the Clean Water Act. So as everywhere, development, planning, and building is certainly at high levels, and that is the case with our review work for the Township of Puslinch in regards to source water. So there were 94 development applications that were reviewed by source water staff, and overall there's 390 countywide. So both for the township and the county, this is an increase of the previous 5-year averages. You can see those previous 5-year averages in the report. For the township, our average of development applications was about 45 that we reviewed. For source water, we pretty much doubled that last year. And then also for the county, our previous 5-year average is around 250, and we're at 390. Other work that is completed in every year for the source water program does include also what is termed as threat verification or threat assessment work. And this is really about activities on the landscape. So this could be manure application, this could be an auto repair shop, it could be salt application. So pleased to report to council that from the initial enumeration that was done back in 2016 to now, we have about 15% remaining of these existing activities in terms of either confirming that they're on the landscape and mitigating the activity, or confirming that the activity has since kind of moved on or wasn't there in the first place. To assist in this matter, we do conduct inspections. So there's 37 inspections conducted in the township in 2021. These were all conducted for threat verification or risk management plan purposes with no contraventions found. Countywide, that number is 467 inspections. We are continuing with the risk management plan work. However, that was paused a fair bit in 2021, as it was in 2020 with COVID. So we are at 42 risk management plans complete countywide. None were agreed to in the township in 2021. Another part of our program is the education and outreach. A lot of what we traditionally do has also been paused due to the pandemic in 2021. We obviously weren't doing any in-person events. However, I am pleased to announce that our partnership with the Waterloo Wellington Children's Groundwater Festival continued, and actually the festival was able in May of last year to host a virtual festival for the first time. And our attendance numbers were actually greater than they are in person. So we had 6,790 students and teachers from 178 schools. And we are continuing with that approach this year. The 2022 festival will also be virtual, online, and free, and will be in May of this year. And we are hoping with the pandemic restrictions being lifted that it will be back in person in 2023. And as previously reported to council, there are a number of updates and policy work that we do as well in the source protection unit. There are 5 source protection plans countywide, 2 for the township. There has been proposed amendments and or updates for both of the plans that affected the township in 2021. So an update to the Grand River plan came into effect on February 3rd, 2021, and we previously reported to council on this. This was in large part around policy changes related to winter maintenance activities. And then also there was work and a report in late 2021 on proposed amendments to the Halton Hamilton Source Protection Plan, which actually includes changes to the Freelton Wildlife Protection Area that comes up into the south part of the township. And we then continued with other technical and policy work as well, including we have a report coming to council on the Guelph Water Supply Master Plan a little bit later in this agenda. And also there was ongoing cost recovery discussions with the city related to the township. And I'm pleased to note that both that and the Water Supply Master Plan discussions have progressed since we last spoken to council about those matters. And then lastly, well, second last, I guess, the Tier 3 water quantity technical studies continue for the township and for the Guelph Aramosa study area. We're getting closer and closer. Most of the policies were presented to the Lake Erie Source Protection Committee June 2021, the committee that Councilor Zapoulis is our member for, and left remaining a few policies that will come to the committee in 2022, predominantly around permits to take water and other provincial approvals such as ARA licenses. So hopefully, if those go well and progress continues, we will be coming to council with proposed updates later in 2022, or probably more realistically in 2023, just given the timing of the provincial election in particular. And then lastly, the septic inspection program is another pillar of our program. We did have a second round of inspections scheduled to occur in 2021. However, like in 2020, these were postponed due to the COVID pandemic. So these inspections are currently outstanding and must be completed by 2025. So we are working with Andrew and with the other CBOs, and we'll be putting out an RFP later this year to get a consultant to actually to start that septic inspection program so that we meet our regulatory requirements related to that. I'd be happy to take any questions that council may have. Thank you.
You're muted, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilor Spillis. Ms. Whitefox, do you have a resolution for that, please?
That report ADM 2022-024 regarding 2021 Source Protection Annual Report pursuant to the Clean Water Act be received for information.
Excellent. Can I get a mover, please?
Move it.
Councilor Spillis, second by Councilor Goyda. Any comments, Councilor Spillis?
Yeah, no, very good report, very good progress made in spite of the COVID issues. Just a quick question. We've been trying to get the city to assume the cost for all these septic inspections. You're mentioning that they're going quite well. Is that an indication that they're willing to absorb the costs associated with these inspections?
Thank you, Councilor Spoulis. Through you, Mayor Seeley. Yes, the discussions in which myself and CAO Schwendinger are part of, along with the Township, Guelph, Aramosa, and County staff, continue to progress, and that does include septic inspections as one of the costs, as well as staff time and other costs associated with the budget unit, with the cost center. Sorry. So yes, septic inspections are part of those discussions, and we hope to have something that we can bring to council's attention for their review later this year.
That's great news. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Bailey?
No questions for you, Kyle, but thanks very much for the report. It's really thorough and you've been very busy. So thanks for all that.
Councilor Bulmer?
Thank you. No questions.
Councilor Goya?
Yeah, thanks. Great report, great presentation, all good things happening. So I have no questions, but thank you very much.
Great report, Kyle. Thank you. All in favor? Councilor Spillis?
In favor.
Councilor Bailey?
In favor.
Councilor Bulmer?
In favor.
Councilor Goyda?
In favor.
Excuse me. Next one is still you, Kyle. It's the 938 Triton Water Canal Holdings.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Seeley. And we do have Stan Denho with us today too, in case there's any questions from council on Stan's. Well, sorry, I was going to say Stan's review, but on Stan's involvement with Triton. So the report in front of you, for your review is an information report, and it is regarding a previous presentation to council that we had made back in June of 2021, when Triton Water Canada had applied to renew their existing permit to take water for 10 years. Staff, township hydrogeologist, so Stan, Halton Environmental, and council comments were submitted to the ministry. And then on November 15th, 2021, the province issued a 5-year permit for Triton. So the purpose of this report is just to give council kind of an overview of kind of where we stand in terms of what was approved and kind of what the comments were. So there is just gonna scroll down a little bit. I did provide the Ministry of Environment summary that they post on the Environmental Registry of Ontario for council's reference, easy reference. So that's their overall high level response. It is interesting to note that the ministry received 12,813 comments in regards to this particular permit to take water. And so this their comment summary that's on page 3 of my report just talks high level about how they like groups those comments into themes and how they addressed those themes. And you will see some of our comments reflected in those broader themes. But specific to our comments from the township perspective, there is a summary of the township recommendations starting on page 5. So I'll step through them very quickly and then happy to take any questions. So we did ask for a renewal period be 5, not 10 years. The ministry agreed with this, and the permit will expire on November 16th, 2026. We did ask the ministry to consider and incorporate the recommendations. So this is where Stan is available to discuss. It does appear that some were addressed, but we're also suggesting that the specifics of the recommendations, because they're quite technical, may be better presented to council later when the hardened review of the 2021 annual reports come to council, just because there is very specific sort of details about certain wells, certain monitoring points, things of that nature. So the purpose today is to give you more the high level overview. The next comment was about the vulnerable areas pursuant to the Clean Water Act. They don't directly reference this comment, but some of the conditions and do seem to reflect this comment in terms of increased monitoring. There's also I have made a comment about terms and conditions specific to the permit around information sharing, and there is a new condition 4.10 that talks about information sharing very specifically. Requires Triton to host an annual stakeholder meeting, which they've been doing for many years, to notify a specified list of stakeholders, which includes the conservation authorities in the township. And then there's also some retention of existing conditions in the permit on groundwater monitoring and surface water monitoring and such. We did ask for the township to be listed in terms of the report being submitted directly to us. That's addressed through the information sharing. So we're not receiving the report directly to the township. Only the ministry is, but Triton is directed to provide information to the public, which again they had been doing previously through a website. So that includes the township, and then we'll receive notification when there's the annual stakeholder meeting. So yeah, it's not exactly what we asked for, but it does sort of meet the spirit or the intent. And then we had a lot of discussion in June of last year around low water response and around some of the hardened environmental recommendations regarding that. So the ministry did not do exactly what we asked, so they didn't respond directly, but they did add a low water response condition to this permit, which wasn't there before. So I would look at that as positive. So section 3.3 discusses measures that the permit holder is to undertake in the event of a low water advisory. This condition wasn't there before, so it is a condition that's now in their permit and a legal requirement. So the measures are outlined in a low water response plan, and that is posted on that website that I just talked about. And the low water response plan could be updated, but the low water response plan itself is actually a legal requirement of the permit. And the measures mostly relate to increased monitoring intervals from quarterly to monthly and review of historic water levels. So that's where we were asking specifically about reduction in water taking. That's not the approach the ministry chose to take. However, they did hear us on the low water response and did put in a condition to at least recognize that. And then lastly, council had well, actually, sorry, there's two things. Council had asked about, had asked or directed staff to make this low water response comment on other permits that we review routinely, and we have been doing that since June 2021 in the township, and that's coming through the source water comments. And then there was an unnumbered recommendation about the well protection protocol not being made a condition of the permit. So the well interference protocol is a condition, and I know Councillor Bulmer and Stan have had a lot more experience with than I have on the well protection protocol. So whether or not there's an exact difference between the two or not, perhaps we can discuss. But they did make the well interference protocol a condition. And then lastly, it's noted the ministry added 6.1 related to priorities of use. And we had presented to council on these changes, these framework and overall kind of water quantity framework changes that the province had made last year. So the condition clearly states as a tool of last resort, but does note that the ministry, in the event of an urgent shortage of water resources in the Post Lynch area, may amend the Triton permit to prioritize water takings in priority categories 1 and 2. And those categories are environment, drinking water, which is both municipal and domestic, farm animal production, that's priority 1, and priority category number 2 is agricultural use. And I'd be happy to take any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kyle. Just maybe go to Stan for a moment to see if there's any components of the summary that he would like to highlight to council. You're muted, Mr. Denhout.
Not really. I attended the information session that Blue Triton had last week, and one of my main questions for Blue Triton at the time was whether or not we could expect a sudden increase in water taking, at the Blue Triton well in Aberfoyle, and the answer was no. They're reliant and they're dependent on their customers and the market demand, for their water, and it's been decreasing a little bit, and it hasn't been increasing significantly, and that was a lot of our concern, is that as the increased taking occurs over the next matter of time, and if there's a drought condition that also happens at that time, that is where our concern is relative to potential impacts on Mill Creek, on Aberfoyle Creek. So I think the answer that we got was that it's unlikely that there's going to be a sudden increase in water taking at the plant, and that we can just have some comfort that with the level of taking there is today, and even if there are some drier conditions, that there's no significant impacts that are going to occur. It's at the higher levels of taking and the drought impacts that that we are concerned about, and we are looking for the ministry to help us with that and implement the requirement that there is actually a reduction in taking at the time during a drought condition. And at this point in time, there's not an actual requirement for them to reduce their taking in drought conditions. They just have to not exceed 90% of their taking. So yeah, we're satisfied enough with the conditions that have been applied to the permit. They added some of the new monitors that we had asked them to add, we get an annual report every year that we're allowed to comment on, and in 5 years, if there's any significant changes, again, we will respond to the ministry with our concerns.
Yeah, thanks, Stan. Is there any direction you need from council today, or is mostly just receive it for information?
I don't need direction from council. The annual report has been provided to me by council, and they have asked me to respond, to the annual report, which we're going through, and we will provide, comments on the annual report and on the permit to take water at that time.
Thank you. And how about yourself, Mr. Davis? Any direction from council today?
No, thank you, Mayor Sealy. This is for information and as a follow-up to the June meeting last year.
Excellent. So I'll open up to council. Councillor Spillis.
Yes, I'm a bit disappointed with the problems with respect to the low water advisory. In other words, if you drill down through the permit to take water, item 3.3, they refer to Schedule A, item 6, and then there's a golden memo that says Water taking doesn't affect the upper aquifer layers because they're so deep with taking the water. And if there is a low water advisory, then we're going to do more monitoring. And if there's the monitoring goes below the threshold, then we're going to discuss it with the province. The problem I have with this, apart from the fact that the Triton doesn't have to abide by the low water advisory levels, whereas we all do, is that it's the Triton is going to discuss it with the province in the absence of any input from the township, in the absence of any input from our hydrologist. So I asked the question is, how can we get our township involved and when there is a low water level? So my question to you, Stan, is, are you involved whenever there's a low water level advisory that and that the Triton, or formerly Nestle's, indicates that there's a concern with low water levels and they're starting discussions with the province? Are you advised of that at all?
No, we are not.
Okay, so I'm going to suggest that we move a motion to ask the Guelph District Manager and the signing director that they notify the township whenever there is the threshold of the water monitoring has dropped significantly, then a discussion has to take place. And that we would be advised as well as our hydrologist. So I was wondering if you would be amenable to that sort of thing, Stan?
Yeah, to Mayor Seeley through John Sepulis, Councillor Sepulis. The other question that I did ask last week was how often there are eyeballs on the monitoring program, and the answer is basically monthly, because we get an annual report. There's some concern that during drier conditions, how often are there boots on the ground and looking at water levels, and there's an opportunity for the company to recognize an issue and to respond, and that the answer to that was at least monthly, if not more often. There are people looking at water levels. Andreanne mentioned that she's constantly badgering their consultants for information, and I think that during a drought condition, as drier conditions as we see through the permit now, that there is a requirement for more frequent monitoring during those times. So I think that whether or not we see it, I'm glad to know that the company is required to do that more frequent monitoring, and whether the township gets involved or not, I don't know how that would change things or help, other than us being able to respond and address that issue to council.
Okay, so I'm going to move the motion along those lines. We'll get it when we finish with the rest of the councilors, that a letter be sent to the Guelph District Manager and the signing director and ask them to notify the township when there is a issue with the levels falling below historical levels.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Spose. Councillor Bailey?
Thank you. Maybe someone can help clarify for me. When there are low water levels, and Stan, you just alluded to what Adrienne had said at the meeting, that like she's constantly monitoring. I think she said she has it on her phone. She checks it, every day, and she would know if there was something going on. Are they posting something where we can access it? So that we're not having to do something so formal, but it can just be more of an informal check-in to what they're seeing?
To Mayor Seeley through Councillor Bailey, I believe that there is a new provision, maybe Kyle can help me with this. There is a new provision for some kind of web-based monitoring, and I don't know how often that gets updated, but you know, there is no thresholds set. I don't think there, I'd have to go through it. I'm not sure there are any particular thresholds that are set that they have to meet, and if they exceed a threshold, that something happens. Unlike some of the aggregate pits, we have specific hydraulic gradients that have to be met, and we used to get an annual, or sorry, a monthly report from Mill Creek Aggregates saying, yeah, everything's fine and dandy, and all the gradients are met, and there is no impact on Mill Creek. So you know, I don't. Yeah, what the bottom line is, we don't get that now from Blue Triton, and Kyle could help me with whether or not the web-based monitoring is how often that gets updated.
Yes, Mayor Seeley, through to Councillor Bailey. Yes, so the condition in the permit is to upload the data. The condition is the daily water taking records upload in a suitable electronic format for the 12-month period ending December 31st. So it's in conjunction, Stan, with the annual report that's getting uploaded. So that seems to be what is required in the permit in terms of uploading that data.
So it's not a daily upload or a.
Does not from the, it is the daily water taking records, right, but it's uploaded annually.
Right, okay.
And Mayor Seeley, if I may add a point to Councillor Sapoulis's questions around the water response team. So the township is actually part of the GRCA runs that program, the low water response, the conservation authorities do. So we are a member of that low water response team. I sit on that along with some other members, staff members from the county and other townships. So we do get notifications when they're moving into the different, and we're part of that discussion, as Triton, part of that discussion when they're moving into the different low water response levels. I think in terms of what Councillor Sapoulis was asking in regards to the specifically asking, that might be something to ask the Ministry of Environment to add the township specifically to the low water response protocol that is referenced in Triton's permit, because we are already part of the low water response, the overall low water response team. So there's sort of two specific roles there.
Where were we? Councillor Bowmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this takes me back to our discussion last year about low water response and the concerns that we had regarding the fact that a lot of this is lagging behind. Ideally it'd be nice if there was monitors in these wells that sent out an alert when there was a problem at a certain threshold, and that all this happened automatically and we all knew about it. And because our concern was before, it's the response by the low water protocol group is delayed until they can, often by a month or so after we start to see a problem, or a week. It's not ahead of time, and no fault against them. It's just the nature of how the data comes in and has to be looked at. And the same thing with the monitoring at Nestle's is someone may be looking at their phone every day, but it's only available once a year for objective analysis. So I share Councillor Sapoulis's concerns, and I think whatever we can do to improve, the speed at which we become aware of a situation, the better, to avoid the time lag between drought and observing a problem. It's always easier to stop pumping before there's a problem, and rather than waiting until after there's a problem and hoping the water comes back. Because typically I've never seen trucks going in with water and pouring it down the well. So better to stop ahead of time than to try to put the water back in the ground. So I support what Councillor Sapoulis is trying to achieve here.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Goyda.
Thanks very much. I just had a question about the the last thing that you spoke about, Kyle, was about the ministry adding a condition related to the priority of use. And that's something that I've never seen before. What would that look like? How would that, I know it says it's being used, it is there as a last resort, but what would actually need to happen for that to be implemented?
Thank you, Councilor Goida. Thank you, through Mayor Seeley. It's new. So this is in direct response to the water quantity framework that the province put into place, I believe it was last April. So these are the first couple permits that we're seeing this condition being added to. I unfortunately don't have a good answer on what exactly the ministry's criteria will be to trigger this. They've provided some guidance material, but not gotten into that specifics yet in terms of what will define an urgent water shortage in the township. So it's something, if council so wished, we can certainly follow up with the ministry for some more clarification. And one of the meetings that we're hoping to set up on a regular basis is actually coming out of the water quantity work, which is a water resources management meeting, which would include the city of Guelph, the ministry, ourselves, the county, and to talk about these kinds of things. So that meeting is led, that series of meetings hasn't started yet. The GRCA is the lead, but it's looking like it will start in 2022. But we can certainly follow up if council so wishes ahead of time directly with the ministry and the director in terms of getting some clarification.
Okay, for myself, it's more just for interest, the interest piece, what that actually means, but I'm not sure if that's something that Stan will be commenting on when he does his annual review. I'm not sure. It was more just a curiosity question for myself.
Okay, thank you. So I have a question for council. When we have concerns with our aggregate partners in the township, we typically go to the operator first and ask for compliance or, some measures. And if then it's, they're not receptive of that, then we go to the boss, go to the M&R. So I'm wondering if we have an avenue to formally either request Triton to come to council and discuss this low water monitoring concerns that you've raised, or just simply send a letter stating that we want to be added to, this is where I'm going to butcher it. What component was it where we're not added on the notification list? So get us added to the list, and then also make sure we're sent the documentation immediately when they have it. I think I'd prefer to approach them first, and then if they're not willing to let us be added and be in agreement with that, because the way I see it is if we get both, we want it, and Triton says okay, hopefully the ministry would just add us without any fuss. If then we don't, then we start the other avenue. So Councillor Spluss, would you be willing to?
Yes, certainly will. Yeah, I'm a bit hard-headed about these things, but certainly a softer approach would support that.
So I'd maybe look at Stan or Kyle for some wording on like a resolution. What are the very specifics that we want added for that low water monitoring?
I can start and then I'll let Stan jump in. I believe what I was hearing council discuss is being added to the low water response protocol that's referenced in Schedule A. So that would be, I can get the exact wording while Stan speaks.
I guess we'd be, so if there is a low response initiated, what we're looking for then is a more regular update to water levels beside the stream, possibly stream flow measurements to indicate that there's no significant impact to stream flow during that low flow condition. I guess that's what we're just looking for, more frequent reporting rather than on an annual basis, but during that low flow can the township be advised, from Blue Triton that stream flow is being maintained, and water levels are being sustained, during that particular, period of time.
Is there like a sentence you could put together that would capture all of that? Is it drought condition? Is it low flow? What would trigger something at Nestle? Sorry, I try not to use the old term. Triton. Trigger something at Triton that we right now wouldn't be necessarily notified of until the annual report, which is what we're trying to avoid. We're trying to not get the information 8 months later or 6 months later. So is it a low flow? Is there a threshold or something? I see Kyle raising his hand.
Yes, Mayor Seeley, I think what we could do is reference condition 3.3 in the permit, which then references the low water advisory technical memorandum. So I think the request would be that that the township be added, or that the township be contacted as part of the low water response plan that's referenced in condition 3.3. And then I can give the exact name of the low water response plan if you wish. It's item 6 of Schedule A. And
I don't need it. Miss White Fox needs it.
okay.
So I wanted this specific enough that they understand what we're asking for, but I just don't want to get too far down into the weeds. I don't need a report on every data logger every week kind of thing, right? So,
Yeah.
Ms. Hoyfox, have we helped informing that resolution?
Yes, I've captured that the township be contacted as part of the low water response plan as referenced in the permit to take water condition 3.3. And then I just missed the last part of what Kyle said.
Yes, certainly. It's the low water response plan is described as item 6 of Schedule A of the permit.
And then isn't there a second component too, Mr. Davis?
If we wanted to list the if we wanted to list out the entire memo, name of the memo, we certainly could do that, Mayor Seeley.
No, I'm thinking of, I'm sorry if I'm confusing it, but I thought there was a component where there's a low level water situation. We want the information immediately, but also a component where we're added onto the permit as a like a stakeholder, and that we're notified as well. Was there not two parts to that?
Mayor Seeley, there was two parts that I was discussing. We're already on the low water response team, so we're part of the discussion in terms of identifying when there's a low water response overall in the watershed. And then the second part was adding the township being notified as part of the low water response plan specific for Triton.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hoyfox, can I have you read that resolution again, please?
Sorry, I think I just missed that last part. So is there a second component? We're already a part of the low response team, Kyle, is that what you said? And what is the second part of the resolution?
So sorry, I was we're already part of the the low water response team. And then the resolution that as written then deals with the second part, I believe.
Okay. So then it's that report ADM 2022-025 regarding the Triton Water Canada Holdings Incorporated permit to take water be received, and that council directs staff to request that the township be contacted as part of the low water response plan as referenced in condition 3.3 of the permit to take water described as item 6. Does that make sense?
We're looking at you, Kyle.
It's item 6 of Schedule A.
Okay.
Now, that's a lot of legal and like definition. So can you put it in layman terms what that's going to do for us when we go talk to Nestle?
My suggestion would be that you would be part of the low water response plan, which would then allow Stan to have the discussions that he needs in terms of getting the data that when they increase the monitoring. So that's the legal mechanism to make it a requirement, but then the details would then be left for the discussion between Stan and Triton in terms of the data that actually needs to come to the township.
Now, do we have to say to give the information to Stan, or is that understood? I don't want to have it to come to us and then we approve it to go to Stan.
Certainly, Mayor Seeley, you certainly could ask just directly for Halton Environmental to be added and the township CC'd.
I'd look at the clerks to say toward it, designate as determined by the township or whatever the terminology is, so that staff can just push it through to Stan. You're not allowed to quit, Stan, so I don't want to put your name specifically in there, but,
Get it embedded.
Okay, so that sounds pretty clear. I'll go back to Councillor Sapoulis. How does that sound to you?
That sounds good. Yeah, you're referencing the items I mentioned, Schedule A, item 6 and item 3.3. Yeah, and the fact that we get going your way, that we approach Triton first, and if that doesn't work, we go directly to the ministry.
So when we get a low water, the first action is Stan looks at it and we'll come back and report to council if this is a major issue or, it's a climate concern for a few weeks. I don't know. Is that the idea? Just
Absolutely.
okay. And then
I just didn't want the Triton dealing directly with the ministry, and all this is happening and we don't know what's going on.
okay. All right. Who's after you? Councillor Bailey, where'd she go? There she is.
I think it sounds great. I like a little bit of a sort of soft approach. Looks like it's opening lines of communication, so that's good. Yeah, I think you've got that done well.
Okay, Councillor Balmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 points of clarification. The resolution says will be contacted. It doesn't say who will contact us or will be contacted by. Who has the responsibility to contact us in this resolution?
Okay, that was
And
one.
we could add that.
Or was there two?
And the second one, just I want to make sure that, as Mr. Denhoed made a comment about, you used to get the monthly reports from the Mill Creek area pit. Over time, things have changed. Used to be at one time, everything came in regarding hydrogeology was automatically shared with Stan. I don't think it's all automatic anymore. There's been, if we want to make sure these things happen, we need to make an internal decision or recommendation to staff separate, or perhaps as part of this, that this notice, when the township is notified, it's sent to Stan as well. So he gets the notice, since he's not automatically notified of everything anymore, perhaps. Just make sure that close that loop.
Okay. Where are we now? Councillor Goida.
Yeah, it sounds good to me.
Okay, Ms. White Fox, how are you with the resolution and the comments from Councillor Balmer just now also?
Just one clarification question. In terms of who will be contacted by, I've assumed it's contacted by Triton, but is that correct? Okay, so I have added that that council direct staff to request that the township and the township hydrogeologist, Halton Environmental, be contacted by Triton Water Canada Holdings Incorporated as part of the low water response plan, as referenced in condition 3.3 described in item 6 of Schedule A.
Sound good, Kyle? Stan?
Yep, I'm satisfied.
Okay, can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Spools, seconder? Someone? Councillor Goya, all right. Comments, Councillor Spools?
I'm good, thank you.
In favor?
In favor.
Okay, Councillor Bailey?
In favor.
Councillor Balmer?
In favor.
And Councillor Goya.
In favor.
All right, that's carried. I believe we have one more for you two. It's the 10.4. Is that correct, Ms. White Fox?
Yes, it is the City of Guelph Water Supply Master Plan comments 10.4.
All right, who wants to speak first? Mr. Davis?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm just pulling up the report on my screen, so please bear with me for 1 minute.
Yeah, I'll mention it's on page 449 of the agenda package. 10.4.
I've got it. Okay, thank you very much, Mayor Seeley. Yes, we have this report in front of council for your comment and direction, and it is in regards to the Guelph Water Supply Master Plan. As council recall, the city of Guelph and their consultants presented to council in, I believe it was October of 2021, in regards to the current Guelph Water Supply Master Plan update. And there was a resolution that came out of that meeting. And that resolution, for ease of reference, is copied in this report. As council will recall, there were a number of concerns expressed by staff and by council at that time in regards to the city and their consultation in particular around the water supply master plan, given its impact, the impact of the municipal water supplies on the township. So I am pleased to note that progress has been made in terms of addressing previous township comments, and that we have meetings scheduled. We've had a number of meetings since that time, and we have meetings continued to be scheduled through the rest of this year. The city does have a formal comment period that ended on April 10th. However, we did through our meetings and let them know that we wouldn't be submitting formal comments until after it's gone to both council here at the Township of Puslinch, as well as the Council of Guelph Hermoso. It's going to that council on Tuesday, and the city was okay with that. So in the report, I've outlined some of the background and some of the back and forth, including the resolution that has brought us here to today. As I noted, there was a series of meetings that Stan and I, as well as a hydrogeologist for Guelph Hermosa and their director of public works, attended. CAO Schwendiger attended some of the meetings as well. And yeah, there's been 4 meetings specifically on the water supply master plan, from December 21 to March 2022. We did have some support from the County of Wellington planning. Sarah Wilhelm came and did a well-received presentation on the growth projections, because that was part of our initial comments and part of our comments to the city, in that the water supply master plan did not take into account the growth that's occurring outside of the city boundaries. And early in the discussion, the city Guelph staff informed us that in response to the township and county's concerns, that they actually delayed the presentation of their final water supply master plan to city council, and they delayed that from December to June of this year. So this was to allow sufficient time to discuss and to have this engagement. So we certainly appreciated that, and that was a gesture of goodwill on the city's part. They have then posted the draft final water supply master plan report, which is the subject of Stan's comments attached to my report. So on a high level, Stan's Halton environmental memo identifies 7 specific comments for council's consideration and discussion, and those are listed out in my report, and in detail, of course, in Stan's memo. We staff support Halton's recommendations and comments, and recommend to council, following your discussion, in addition to your comments, that the staff report and the Halton environmental memo be forwarded to the city of Guelph for review and response. In addition to the Halton environmental recommendations, there are a couple of recommendations listed in the staff report that tie into the growth piece that Sarah Wilhelm helped us with in terms of providing some information. So in the conversation back and forth, the city heard our comment about including some of the growth forecasts for the township and the county, and then asked us, fairly enough, where that information would be best located. So this summarizes that information from the county planning department. And then we also expand a little bit on some of the comments regarding the expansion of the city wellhead protection areas, and how they lead to the increased application, or could lead to the increased application, of source protection plan policies. So this is true both for the quality and the quantity wellhead protection areas. And this has been a topic of considerable discussion with the city about whether or not there should be some high-level modeling evaluation of the impacts of these different water supply alternatives in the water supply master plan. And there's been some concerns raised by the city on the feasibility of this, and specifically in regards to some of these being fairly long-term and there not being a lot of data. we've proposed a compromise in this where it would be maybe only looking at the short term or the medium term, kind of out to roughly 15 years in terms of modeling. And the reason we are suggesting this is it's very difficult for me to stand here today to give council a firm number or firm assessment of what the increased cities what the increased impact of the township would be from the various city water alternatives. I can generally tell you that the WUPAs will be bigger, the wellhead protection areas will be bigger. Depending on the scores, the vulnerability scoring, you know, that could be a small number of properties that are affected and have additional legal requirements from the Clean Water Act they don't currently have, or that could be a larger number. And the requirements would be things like septic inspections and risk management plans and inspections on agricultural practices and things like that, like I mentioned, I talked about in the 2021 annual report. So we don't have a lot of clarity on that right now. We do have a path forward in that we will be involved with the city on their specific environmental assessments for the different projects. However, we do have a concern that we've addressed here, that we would like some of this modeling work done ahead of getting too far down the road on the specific environmental assessment class EA projects that the city is pursuing on their short-term and medium-term projects. And that's mostly and outlined by Stan, that that's mostly to do with the fact that at what point are you far enough down the road of a certain class EA for a specific alternative that it's going to happen, and it's just a question of where, just a question of some of the details. Whereas we view it as more of an overall, the need for an overall assessment of which alternatives are, which alternatives will have the lesser impact to the township. And there might be some differences, and maybe that should be part of the decision making on the city's part in terms of which alternatives to proceed with on the water supply master plan. Because ultimately, that's what the water supply master plan is. It's a roadmap for the city in terms of identifying and which projects they want to move forward with to meet the water needs that they need to meet the provincially mandated growth. And we do certainly recognize that they have high growth targets and therefore will have a high water demand in the future. Overall, though, that's the overall summary, and I'd be happy to take any questions. And I don't know if Stan would like to add a little bit on his more detailed comments.
We'll give him that opportunity. Stan?
I think first off, I think the city has done a really good job recently of involving the township. It's a pleasure to sit at some of these meetings with the hydrologists representing the city, and to have these open discussions regarding the shared water resource. And that's exactly what it is. The township of Guelph Hermosa and the township of Puslinch encompass the city of Guelph, and any future water taking by the city somehow is going to impact on the townships. Even the development of the alternatives within the city will, in a subtle way, have an impact on water levels, or a WAPA, wellhead protection area, outside of the city. It's where the alternatives that are on the edge, that the city has maxed out its taking, in a way, within the city itself. It's going to, try to bring a couple of wells back online that have been impacted in a water quality way, rehabilitate other wells, and that's great. And that, we see those alternatives coming forward as a priority for them, and they are going to work on those first. It's the alternatives that get pushed to the edges, for new water supplies, that the southwest Guelph, which is just off of the township boundary by 100 meters, say, that EA is going to go forward, and we are going to see significant water level drop at that particular well, with implications for water level changes in the township and an associated increase in water wellhead protection areas with both quantity and quality implications. And so we applaud the city for approaching all their interior things first. But within this plan are wells on the edge, and even within the township of Guelph, Hermosa, and possibly ultimately in the township of Puslinch, where a new wells could come online, and the implications are much lower water levels beneath those wells immediately, and an area of influence with private wells within that area of influence that could be impacted. But then it comes with the associated wellhead protection areas with the and Kyle can speak to what the implications of having those WAPAs within the township are. So I think that we're being asked to comment on this, and I think it's a really important opportunity for us to put forward our concerns for the continued taking and the continued growth of the wellhead protection areas, including the wellhead protection area for quantity, into the township of Puslinch. It now extends to the 401. It encompasses all of our industrial lands, and with the significant risk category applied to the city of Guelph, all of those are designated water quantity threats to the city of Guelph, and that's concerning in that if the township wants to grow and to have employment lands grow and to take more water, with the significant risk category, there's a greater opportunity for the province or the city to say, well, no, it's too much of a risk, or it could have an implication for one of our wells during a drought condition. So that having that risk category assigned is problematic for the township. The same category is not applied to the region of Waterloo wells, so we don't have that same concern quite with the Cambridge East wells and the western part of the township. But definitely within the area of influence of the city wells, which does extend all the way to the 401, all of the Aberfoyle area, that there is that added concern of regarding, okay, what when will additional water taking in the township actually be curtailed, and that's a discussion that's going on right now, and they are good discussions with the city in terms of growth projections for the townships, and growth protection for the township of Puslinch, and the implications there is to these various alternatives going forward. So we're still at the table, and we're still discussing this, and I think it's a really important opportunity for the township to have their say and express their concerns regarding this 20-year roadmap for continued growth by the city.
Okay, thanks, Stan and Kyle. Ms. Boy Fox, can you read the resolution, please?
Yes, certainly. The council received correspondence item 10.4 regarding the City of Guelph Water Supply Master Plan comments prepared by Kyle Davis and Hardin Environmental Services, and that council directs staff to submit the comments and recommendations outlined in the report to the City of Guelph for review and response.
Perfect. Can I get a mover for that, please? Councilor Spoulos, second by Councilor Guetta. All right, Councilor Spoulos.
Yes, I support all the points made by both Kyle and Stan. I'm not going to go through them. They've gone through them as part of the presentation. They've also articulated very well in the document, but I do have a couple of questions. I'll ask Stan first. As part of the item 4, evaluation of impact on the national environment, you're suggesting that you have a statement that says the Township Puslinch has been monitoring and reporting water levels since 1993 and should expand its monitoring to include more deep aquifer locations as an independent check on the water levels in the aquifers. What would be the benefit and what would be the cost associated with doing this?
To Councillor Suplis through you, Mayor Sealy. Right now, there's 16 groundwater monitors that we, on behalf of the township, monitor on a quarterly basis, and those are in isolated areas. They're not around the aggregate pits. They're not around the Blue Triton well. They're not necessarily in a direct influence of the city of Guelph wells. And what we found the vast majority of them are actually in the overburden. And what we're finding is that there's been no change in other than seasonal changes and response to higher rates of precipitation. We're not finding any real significant changes in the groundwater flow system in that shallow area. What we're lacking though is the aquifers where the region of Waterloo is taking their water, where the city of Guelph takes their water, where Blue Triton takes their water. Sure, they've got their monitoring programs, and we don't see anything from the city of Guelph in terms of their monitoring. We get an annual report from Blue Triton. If we go, I think we can ask the region of Waterloo for their monitoring data. But there's nothing that's independent from the township that we can go to and have our own evaluation of. And so I'm just suggesting that if we want to be able to have that information at our fingertips, then we have to drill our own wells, basically. The wells that Blue Triton has are as good as there is anywhere in the world. Really, the monitoring program is fantastic, but it's targeted. It's specific to the taking of Blue Triton, and the same thing with the region of Waterloo. They are expanding their monitoring program into the township because their increased taking is predicted to have a greater impact on water levels in the township. But that data then, again, goes to the region, or Blue Triton takes their data and the city takes theirs. So I just think that if we want to be able to, for our residents' sake, to be able to say, hey, you know what, water levels are fine, or hey, there is a trend in the water levels, and it can be attributed to this, that, or the region or the city or Blue Triton, then we have to have that data ourselves. So that's all I'm recommending, is that if we want to have that at hand, then we have to have those wells in place.
Okay, do you have an idea of the cost roughly for this?
Yeah, again, to Councillor Stepulus, through you, Mayor Sealy, each well would be $15,000 to $20,000. It's not a cheap endeavor to install these wells. So you can see the efforts that Blue Triton is going through that the region of Waterloo is going through. These are costly monitors to put in the ground. So it's it's not to be taken. It's not a trivial matter just to monitor the groundwater, particularly in that deeper aquifer. There are some tier 3 wells that were drilled into the deeper aquifer. Some are behind my house and some are on Watson Road, and I don't know actually who does that monitoring, but they would be nice to have access to. And there may be some private wells that are drilled that are no longer used that we might be able to track down, but then we would need a good agreement between the homeowner and the township to make sure there's continuity of monitoring. So I think there are some opportunities to explore, but I think that if as a township we want to, and I think, as my recommendation is, we should have some control over that information and control on those changing water levels in that aquifer.
Okay. Thank you. Now a question of Kyle. Standing highlight as part of this presentation, it's also stated in the report, with respect to impact on water resources, you can speak to the implications of increased wellhead protection zones in a township. You sort of touched on that during the presentation. Can you elaborate a bit more on that?
Certainly, yeah, through Mayor Sealy. It is difficult to elaborate specifically on it, but if there are going to be new municipal wells established either close to the boundary of the city and the township or in the township itself, that will lead to new wellhead protection areas in the township. And in terms of legal requirements on property owners, we see that out to the, if you recall, there's A, B, C, and D. So we see that in, we see those requirements in the A, B, and C. However, given the nature of Puss Lynch in terms of land use, I would suggest to council that the main areas we would want to be concerned about and really focus in our discussion on with the city of Guelph would be either the area A, which is 100 meters around the well, or the B, which is a 2-year time of travel, because this is where the highest vulnerability can be, and this is the red areas on the mapping. And that was what drives the highest number of potential threats that need to be managed, so activities. So this is where we would see additional septic inspections, for instance. And an example I would turn council's attention to would be with the Cambridge East discussion that we've had in the past few years. The wellhead protection areas extended quite a bit into the township. However, the red areas were fairly small. So the number of significant threats and therefore the number of properties directly impacted by legal requirements was small. It wasn't zero. There are new property owners that are impacted, but it was a smaller number. So that would be, and that's where we were at, why we're asking the city for some modeling to help us understand that, to help us understand where those red areas, where those higher vulnerability areas would be, where the new 2-year time of travel lines would be. The other sort of scenario that I would identify is issues contributing areas, especially for road salt. So the city currently does not have any issues contributing areas identified for road salt. And that is a municipal call and a municipal call and decision. If they were to do that, that would expand areas into the township as well, because those are often delineated out to the D, to the 25-year time of travel, which is a much larger area. And we've seen that with the Cambridge wells, and that's why we have those areas coming in the west part of the township. Now we're fortunate that part of the township doesn't have a lot of industrial commercial land in it. It has some rural employment land, but it's not Aberfoyle or Morriston. So that would be the question. Now currently, the Ds for the city of Guelph do not stretch down to Aberfoyle or Morriston. So that would be the other question is, as you add more wells and they're looking at more water taking, do the existing wellhead protection areas change? Do the new wells influence those changes? And that's really where the concern would be in terms of proper impacts to property owners. So I can't unfortunately give you specific numbers, but this is why we're engaged in these discussions. And I would echo Stan's comments that it's been nice and it's been good to have these conversations. The city's been open to these conversations, not necessarily open to the modeling, but open to discussions about them at least. But this is why we are asking for some of that information to help us better advise council on what those impacts would be.
Okay, and the last question is the timing. Are you planning to come over council with another progress report before their reports presented to their council? In other words, if you guys still have issues, we can write to their council and say these are the issues that are still outstanding.
Through Mayor Sealy, that would be at direction of council if council wished us to come back, because there will be now a response from the city to these comments that we're providing and that the Township of Guelph is providing. So we will have a response back from them, possibly another meeting. So if council so wished us to come back and give a progress update on that, we certainly could. I believe the timing for the city presentation is in June, but that's the understanding that we've been given. So it would have to be then sort of end of May, early June, if council wished us to do that.
So I'll be making the motion, Mr. Mayor, that we ask for another report prior to the city receiving the report from their staff. So in case there are some issues that we have to flag, that they are flagged.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bailey?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm of course in full support of sending on the comments to the city. I do have one question, and Stan, it kind of piggybacks on what you were talking about, but the regional water management approach that's been mentioned in here, could that be helpful in tracking data on a broader scale, like being able to see what's happening in each area and then bringing it to the impacts in Puslinch?
I'm sorry, Councillor Bailey, I'm not sure what you mean the regional approach.
Yeah, Kyle had, sorry, maybe I'll ask Kyle on it and see if he knows if it would help with what Stan was talking about.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Bailey, through Mayor Seeley. So the discussion on the regional water management approach is really continuation of the meetings that we've been having with the City of Guelph. However, expanding that to be led by the Grand River Conservation Authority, along with the ministry staff and the regional Waterloo, be part of it as well. It's a recommendation coming out of the draft policies for the Tier 3 water quantity area, and given sort of the discussions that we've been having with the city, the fact there's been not just Triton, but a number of other permits to take water coming up for renewal. About a month ago, myself and the RMO for the City of Guelph actually asked the GRCA to initiate this group ahead of the policies actually coming into effect. And so we're looking forward to that group starting. So Stan, it would be the idea of it would be the policy, the municipal staff, as well as the technical consultants that would attend those meetings, and then there would be discussions very similar to what we've been having specifically on the water supply master plan, on the broader water management issues in the region, in the regional area. I guess I don't mean region, but so that's the concept behind it, and yeah, I hope that it's going to help.
Yeah, and if I could respond, do I get rid of that hand? Okay, if I could respond, I think that it's absolutely what we need. We need to have a regional look at this. One of the things that we mentioned in our report is that there almost is an upset limit that this report identifies in terms of the amount of water available in this area. And they recognize it as, I think it's, three times as much water consumed in the surrounding townships as is being consumed today. So it's not even up to the permitted values of the permits in the non-municipal permits. It's a percentage of the permits that are issued. So and that's being recognized by the modeling that the city did. And they increased the amount of water taken in by the townships, by the permits to take water issued in the townships, up until a point where one of their city wells, I think it was the Burke well, started to be impacted. And that was at, 2 or 3 times, I think it was 3 times as much water as being taken under today's conditions. So there is a limit, and obviously there is a limit to how much water there is available in the aquifer, and how much we can ask of the environment to have a reduction in base flow or hydro period of wetlands. And the evaluation that was done was strictly on at what point will a municipal well be impacted by the increased takings from non-municipal, non-dewatering, aka the Doline Quarry. At what point will the city start being impacted? And there is a number, and it's a big number. It was 20,000 cubic meters of increased taking, and that is a large value, but nonetheless, it's there. And And I think it's important to have that recognized, is that and this regional group will be able to use that kind of modeling to I don't know, maybe allocate allocate water appropriately, to the city, to the townships. And one of my biggest concerns right from the start was, is there a point where employment lands in the township start getting impacted? Can we have another permit to take water for an industry in some of the designated lands without impacting on the city of Guelph? And those are, that is a concern that I have, and that we're trying to ensure doesn't happen, but gets somehow enshrined in our ability to take. And with the significant risk category, that is where the concern is that the city is under certain drought conditions is has some limitations to for additional water taking in outside their boundaries. So I think we need to be at the table now, and we need to be able to comment on their roadmap, because some of their alternatives are less impactful on the township than others. And we like to push, and they are basically pushing them forward themselves. But there are some other opportunities they have, such as aquifer storage recovery, which is taking water, during spring flood in some of the rivers and adding it to the aquifers, through an infiltration gallery, and then, getting that water at a later time from wells. And maybe we should be suggesting, hey, that is a costly thing. And maybe we should be asking them to recognize that, those types of alternatives should be, sooner than later. The region of Waterloo does it in their Mannheim project, and the city of Guelph actually does it in the Arkell Springs area with their Aramosa intake. And maybe we should be asking the city to push those alternatives ahead of a well in the township, the well in Guelph Aramosa Township, a well at the edge of the city boundary with the township of Puslinch. And yeah, so there are, this is an opportunity for us to weigh in on those.
Councillor Balmer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you very much for your presentations. I guess most of my questions are for Mr. Denhout. I just want to make sure I clarify some of the comments, or clarify my understanding of some of the comments. I want to start off by saying I'm really glad to see comments regarding the importance of cooperation between the Guelph and the surrounding municipalities in order to end up with a successful and sustainable water supply. I'm also glad to see it put down in writing about about what's going on out about the aquifer, the moraine. These are infrastructure. These are drinking water infrastructure. I've often thought about that for my own well. This is part of drinking water infrastructure. But I also have a question about, you talk about the significant risk rating that the city of Guelph wells are subject to. And this is a result of them pumping their own wells to the point of becoming rated as a significant risk. Is there anything, or is even the master plan designed to do anything to help eliminate that risk or address that? Or are they doing anything on their own side? Or are they just planning to, well, we'll just consider it to be a risk and drive on? I don't know if it's a planning thing or.
Sorry, to Councillor Bulmer through you, Mayor Steely. They've already done, some work in 2018. Another one of their wells, the Queensdale well, was also, instrumental in having the significant risk identified in the city of Guelph. And they did a study. They realized, well, the amount of water they allocated to be taken from that well was just unsustainable. So they dropped that from say 2,000 cubic meters a day down to 1,000, I think. So that took some pressure off that well, and I think it also removed it from being an area of part of that risk contributor. And so we are asking in our letter to the town, to the city, to take a look at that Arkell well number 1, which is another one of their problematic wells, and see, are there alternatives that could be implemented that would reduce that risk? Can you reduce the allocation to well number 1 and implement and take that from one of your alternatives sooner than later, so that we can see that significant risk, category removed or reduced. So
that's technical on the supply side you're talking about then.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. I guess I was thinking on the demand side and maybe it's outside the scope of the water supply master plan in terms of pointing towards changes on the demand side. And that's not part of the study, I guess.
Well, to Councillor Bulmer through you, Mayor Seeley, no, it definitely they have considered the demand side, and they have done, as has the region of Waterloo, done fantastic jobs on reducing the demand, and it's not just low flow toilets, it's finding the leaks, they have done a remarkable job at putting off the need for these additional supplies. They are now at the point of having squeezed that opportunity down, and it's getting harder and harder to find those easy pickings, and so now with the increased population growth, they are looking at needing to increase their water supply. They've been able to forestall that now for a decade, say, but now they've got as much savings as they can, and now with the increased population growth and industrial growth, they are definitely going to need increased water supply at the same time as keeping the demand down as much as possible, with whatever water savings they can in their new developments.
Okay, thanks. And then just to go back to the idea of the aquifers being considered as part of or mapped as part of their municipal infrastructure or water supply infrastructure, you comment on the multiple aquifer penetrating wells, and to me that's so we're talking about holes in their infrastructure. In many ways, every multiple layer penetrating well is damaging that infrastructure that we rely on and they rely on in terms of exposing it to contaminants from the surface and things as we have the holes through the aquitard, because I guess makes the aquitard part of their municipal infrastructure that's being punctured. You talk about water moving between the two, and I wonder, can you give me a sense of how much water we're talking about? Like how much drawdown are we seeing in the deeper aquifer that's causing this water to move from the shallower aquifer, and what kind of water we're talking about moving between the two aquifers because of these holes?
Again, to Councillor Bulmer through you, Mayor Seeley. It's a great question, Matthew. I would love to put a propeller in one of these open wells and see how much water is moving down, but it's a 6-inch. It's a 6-inch hole. The amount of water you can move through a 6-inch hole is it's a lot. So in some cases, and underneath my house, there's a 10-meter drop in water levels between the upper aquifer and the lower aquifer. So that is, water can be cascading from the upper layer to the lower, free flow, because of that kind of a situation. So there can be a lot of water moving through. Now, this aquitard, this separation doesn't exist everywhere. At the north end of Guelph, they don't see that separation. So there is already movement of water just naturally from the shallow systems to the lower systems, and that has led to some contaminant issues in the wells, and they're dealing with those. So it doesn't. So it does happen naturally in some cases, but where it doesn't happen naturally, there is a solution for it, and we can demand that wells be fully sealed down into that lower aquifer, so that there isn't this movement of water. We could retrofit wells such that this doesn't happen in existing wells, and they would have to be identified and fixed up. And I think that we should be talking to the city, and it's in their own interest as well. And not only that, the Blue Triton recognizes it in their last number of reports, the same issue, under the hamlet of Aberfoyle, that where these wells are open to both aquifers, there is the potential for movement of contaminants from one to the other. So I think it's a much broader issue, but the fact that they are moving to the edges. There are potential wells in the townships. Guelph Aramosa, the Logan well, for instance, is going to get turned down, or I'm not sure if it's actually drilled yet, but there's a 10-15 meter water level drop right at the well, and then decreases with distance from the well. But nonetheless, there is this opportunity for, if there are private wells in the area, for water to move down through those private wells.
Thank you. I'm glad you mentioned Blue Triton / Nestle's in that, because I know in the past they have been supportive of our ask of the ministry to come up with a program. Well, one, to stop allowing it in the first place so that we don't get any more of these holes. And two, I know they'd be supportive of having a program with the province to address this. So I would certainly want to see you and Kyle work away at this with the city. This is something that, it's one thing that the holes are created, but it's another when there's a drawdown below that increases that flow and causes more of a risk. And I think the city should come on board and helping us get the province involved in fixing this situation. So I'm glad you raised it there. The last point I want to talk about relates to you mentioned the Aramosa River, and it's upstream of Eden Mills, where you previously identified something in the order of 500 liters a second. I think that works out to, I think it's 43 million liters a day, or 43 or 4.3 million liters a day, disappearing from the Aramosa into the same aquifer the city is pumping from. It's there where the deep aquifer, where the river crosses over the edge of that deep aquifer, and you measured significant losses into that aquifer from the river. If I was a councillor in the city of Guelph, this would keep me up at night. I know everybody agrees this is happening. There may be some disagreement on where the water itself is going, or the volume that's going in, is it going? But what happens with the contaminants that get drawn in with that? Do they stay with the water and go at the same place, or do we know anything about what's happening with the contaminants that could get drawn in that area?
Again, through to Councillor Bulmer, to Mayor Seeley, the contaminants that you're talking about, Matthew, would be bacteria mainly. There may be some nitrate, from fertilizers in the river. It's a pretty clean river, really. So, but they get carried down into the aquifer. And I like to say that everybody's in agreement, with this, with our measurements. And we've taken, I think, 10 to 15 measurements, and with Hugh Whiteley at the University of Guelph was part of that program, for the Eden Mills Conservation Association. We are asking the city to verify that, and they are on a program to do more stream flow measurements within the city, because they are interested also in what's happening to stream flow and base flow in the city. So we are asking them to expand that, and to within their catchment area of underneath the Aramosa River up gradient, and to to verify that, and to come to grips with the implications of that for their wellhead protection areas and their both quantity and quality. Because if that volume of water is being added to the aquifer, then it's not coming from somewhere else, and so I think it's important to recognize that volume of water that could be going down through those karst conditions, where the aquifer daylights underneath Eden Mills.
And thank you. I wasn't trying to suggest that the river itself is contaminated, but after that tanker went in Mill Creek on the 401, or didn't go directly into Mill Creek, but went off the 401 next to Mill Creek, with Highway 7 going over the Aramosa just upstream of where this water is disappearing, you know, there's a risk there. And with I know the city of in Rockwood, the wastewater treatment pumping stations, their emergency bypasses to dump it into the river. You know, these are the things that I worry about. I know that this isn't occurring directly in the township, but we do have residents downstream of there that are drawing from that same aquifer. So I am worried about contaminants that could be drawn in and move along in the aquifer towards our own residents' wells. So that's why I have such keen interest in this, as well as the fact that this water moving into the aquifer is not accounted for in their models, as you've mentioned, and that puts a big question mark on the whole thing for me. And I'm glad you're on top of it. I would encourage both you and Kyle to keep this one foremost in your minds when you're dealing with the city, because I think it's another one that needs to be addressed. So thank you very much.
Councilor Bummer, Councilor Goyda.
Thank you. I just wanted to, again, reiterate sincere thanks to both Kyle and Stan for preparing these reports on behalf of the township. I fully support all the comments that have been provided. And I'm happy to hear that the dialogue, the engagement between the city of Guelph and the township has improved, and that it is taking place regularly, because that wasn't the case from the beginning. So I'm glad that that is in place now. The one comment that really resonated with me was where it talks about, as a shared resource, it makes sense to include the growth of the township's water demands in the model, as this model is used to gauge the success and the failure of various alternatives. I think that is an important piece that wasn't previously incorporated. And I know that you talk about some of the challenges in calculating what that growth of water demand will be. I do think that it's imperative that technical piece gets sorted out, to ensure the sustainability and the growth of the water supply in the township. So to me, that really stood out as an important comment. And along the same lines as the projecting what the future water needs will be. And I think, Stan, you kind of alluded to this already. My question was going to be if there were any opportunities for the city to develop any additional type of policy in terms of future planning of developments or industry that could help reduce the need for all this extra water. And I think what I heard from you, Stan, is that those things have already been put in place, and that there definitely is a need to find more water. But has that been explored, and is that part of the conversation that is happening on a regular basis?
To Councillor Goyda, through Mr. Mayor Seeley, it's an extremely important conversation to have, and doing business as usual going forward probably should be reevaluated. And in our household we discussed gray water. Should there be more gray water use? Are there opportunities to treat the sewage to a much higher degree and to reuse it? There are opportunities, and we are seeing wastewater treatment get it improved. Maybe it should be put back into the ground and not sent down into the Speed River. I don't think that we'll ever come to the end of that discussion, and I think because we may be seeing some are getting some hints as to what the limitations are to the groundwater taking in the area. that discussion definitely has to be made, because 2051 is not that far away, and pushing more wells into the township of Puslinch or Guelph Aramosa that may be possible, but is it palatable? Will the townships be willing to or be able to continue to accept those restrictions as they are today, and maybe there will be more restrictions. Maybe there's going to be more restrictions on private well use in the township as these impacts get pushed further and further outside of the city. So I think the long term, we are going to need to rethink our water resource use, and reuse is definitely one of those considerations. And I don't know if the technology is there yet to do it, but that is definitely part of the equation. And I'm sure the city is contemplating it and thinking about it, but I'm not sure how many large cities. Somehow I think there is one in the United States that reuses and puts sewage, not sewage, but treated sewage water back into their municipal water supply. So it is possible, yeah, we're not there yet, and we don't see that quite on the table right now.
Okay. One last question. Kyle, you spoke about including metrics such as the increased size of the wellhead protection area. And that to me is another technical piece that is important to sort out, especially in terms of being able to provide comment on the increased impact on the source protection. But you talked about sort of like some challenges in getting accurate mapping for that. What would be involved in providing that modeling? Like, it seems like such a key piece that is kind of an unknown. So what would you see the path forward for that to take place?
Thank you, Councillor Goyda, through Mayor Seeley. And this is some of the discussions we had just most recently, about a week ago, with the city in terms of what could be done to make this happen. And we put forward sort of the 15-year, the short-term and medium-term projects as a proposal, which is what's reflected in the report. The city identified that they have concerns around data and not knowing exactly like pumping rates and things like that of some of the longer term alternatives, and even some of the shorter or medium term alternatives as well. But our concern is that if you leave it too far down the road, then when you actually have all of that information, because you've done the pump testing and you've done the Class EA, then really you're committed to that option, right? Whereas water supply master plans to kind of look at the alternatives and sort of weigh them against each other. So we hope, and maybe Stan can jump in a little bit more on the technical side. We hope that the proposal to kind of limit it to like the 15-year time frame will allow the city to kind of do that modeling and pull together the data that they need. We recognize that there'll be error bars around it, that there'll be uncertainty around what they do, and it won't be exactly as accurate as it would be when we're actually coming to council with an updated wellhead protection area for a well that's already been drilled. But we're willing to take some of that uncertainty to allow us to give some better estimates on what the actual impact would be. So it's really continued discussion. Like to answer your question, it's really continued discussion with the city to kind of work through some of the technical problems or concerns that they have in terms of making assumptions about data that's not there, or that data that you have to make sort of estimates on. And Stan, is there anything you could add sort of to that?
Just that, the model is available. We've been using, or the city has been using this model to, to predict the outcome of various alternatives, including, they've modeled that the well in southeast of the city in the township of Puslinch, and you see a significant drawdown in water levels. And what wasn't associated with those alternatives was the increased size of the wellhead protection area, both quantity and quality, or an accounting for how many wells, private wells is included in that area of influence. So we're in order for the township to be able to comment on these various alternatives, and particularly township centric concerns as to restrictions within those wellheads, not only land zoning restrictions, but private water use restrictions, or the idea of how many wells in that area are double penetrating wells, and you've got this the movement of water moving down between that upper and lower aquifer. So those are the metrics that we're would like to see included, so that would help the city make that decision, but also help the township and Kyle and I to be able to comment fully that some of these alternatives may not be viable. I don't know, it's just asking too much, from that alternative. So yeah, that we just like to be able to have a fulsome review and adding those wells to the model. It has been done and it can be done. We're just asking for a more fulsome analysis, so that we can, as a township, we can comment.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you very much for identifying that. That is, that is a key piece to be on the discussion table for sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. For your new monitoring program, if you were to get one, you said we need some wells. How many wells do you feel that you would be required so you could get adequate data on the water taking effects in the area?
I'm thinking, 4 would be beneficial, and we could, identify where those would be, partially, concession 4 road, multi-road area that would, help identify, particularly with the city of Guelph, as to, what the long-term changes are. We don't have a lot of definition in the deeper aquifer, in that area at all. So the one well that we do have is the Green Legacy, and that's fantastic. When the city of Guelph did their pumping test 2 years ago, we definitely saw the impacts already, all the way over there. So that is the one well that we do have, and that's a Legacy Tier 3 well that because it was drilled on the Wellington County property that we have access to now, which is great. So, again, it'd be nice to find some of those other wells and get access to them on conservation lands or wherever. But, there are some other wells I know that we could request access to, but I would say there's, 3 or 4 locations that we could recommend to, get that ambient groundwater levels in that lower aquifer, so that as a township we have a little bit more control and data ready at our hands.
I see this as a county level, even though you're reporting to us. So I'd like to see a resolution either to ask for a report from you to identify your needs for the wells and whatever else you want to put in there, so that you're protecting our interests. But from what I'm understanding is, one of your major concerns is the impact on our industrial and employment lands. Well, the county is the biggest benefiter of that tax base. So it's within the county's means. And then, maybe they could hash out, some cost sharing with the city. But so I'd hope council would endorse either asking for that report or going forward. And tying into that, like you in your report, you want the data from the city of Guelph, but do you need a formal request from Puslinch, or the endorsement with your report asking for their data is sufficient for you at this point?
I think a formal request would be would be helpful. I just don't know what data they collect and in what format it is. And whereas the region of Waterloo, they hire a consultant to go around to all their monitoring wells, and they produce an annual report. And it's not that difficult to get that information. We just haven't seen that from the city of Guelph, and I think it's worthwhile for Kyle and I to continue that discussion on an informal basis in our meetings, and see where we can come to with the city, and then if necessary, and put a formal request at a later date from the township to for that information.
So you're comfortable leaving it for a later date? Maybe when you bring back your next report, you might be able to have an indication of whether you need it from us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what was my other one? Oh, you spoke a lot about the alternative methods for limiting water use or water loss, and in your report it speaks that 100% of their discharge goes into the speed. I think it's public now that they purchased that quarry. Is it James Dick Quarry? And if memory serves me right, they were dewatering 26 million liters a day into the speed. So from my understanding, there's going to be some capture of some water there that they're able to use. Is that if that's maybe an incorrect statement? Anyways, I felt I heard from the both of you that you're looking for direction from council on whether you should be pushing these alternative methods. I feel that's absolutely a necessity. Some of these alternative methods may come with a higher price tag, but I feel that that's within the means of the city. Like, yeah, it's expensive, but that's something we need to do because there's not an infinite amount of water. And I don't think it's a far stretch to say that if they keep growing their system out, and Councillor Goyda touched on this, she was asking about those the impacts on wells, and they prioritize them. Kyle, you have your tier ones that are most important, and it goes down tier 2, tier 3. But there's also a component in there where an existing well takes priority. So I had asked one of you two this question in the past, because Nestle is there first. If the city of Guelph drills a well tomorrow, and then all of a sudden sees impacts on their well due to the Nestle pumping, currently, it's my understanding there wouldn't be any reduction to Nestle because it was there first. I just got to stop calling it Nestle. Right? However, for me, it's not a far stretch for a city like Guelph to advocate hard to change that legislation, right? Because they're going to prioritize the water to residents and people, which, I mean, drinking water for people is important, but the Triton water is as well. But we're in the fight of our life for water quota, and this is the start of it, because if it impacts our industrial lands and things like that. So I think council should have a quick discussion right now about giving the two of you the direction that yes, follow up with these alternative methods and put some pressure on it, and because just it's like urban sprawl, right? And urban sprawl isn't always necessarily, but also, Stan, you did say they have done a good job. They've kind of squeezed it as much as they could, but you feel there's still some other options, just maybe not as economical. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, in response, Mayor Sealy, I'm not that familiar with all the efforts that they've taken to reduce, but I can say that over the last decade, their reduction in use has been nothing short of phenomenal. And 10 years ago, they were looking at or 20 years ago, they were looking at a pipeline, and that has been off the table and not necessary because of, partially because of the reductions that they've seen. So obviously there are always, room for improvement, but at this point, I actually don't know, where they're going to go next. Just in brief on the Doline Quarry, it's actually owned by one of our citizens, Carson Reed, and there is no more aggregate extraction going on in the quarry. So they are trying to work out trying to get as much water as they can out of the quarry without or actually what they were going to do is start trying to increase the amount of water they take from the aquifer around the quarry before it gets discharged out of the quarry, and then and try to balance off, reduce the amount of water being discharged in the speed and increase the amount of water being taken in their wells. But the balance is, they don't want to reverse the flow basically from the quarry into the aquifer, because that introduces a bacteria issue that they want to avoid. So, they're working hard at it, and they're going to be able to take a chunk of water from the, it's actually 13 million liters a day is what the permit is for. Be able to take a part of that, but I don't know exactly how much they're going to be able to reduce, but they're working hard on that. And maybe that is a recommendation that we should have, is that that gets pushed, and I can't recall, Kyle, where that it sits on the alternative list, and I'm sure there's just a lot of unknowns for the city right now onto how to make that happen. How much evaluation has to be done on those individual wells versus pumping out of the quarry. And so,
If I may, Mayor Seeley, it's pretty high on their alternative list. It's the Southwest Guelph Class Environmental Assessment, which they've started. It incorporates not only the actions that Stan describes, but also some additional municipal wells that are currently test wells. They're not actually municipal wells, that they would look to actually commission as municipal wells within the city boundaries. So it's pretty high on their list in terms of alternatives, and it'll be one of the things that will be in discussions and hearing a lot about from the city over the next couple of years as they do their detail. I think they call it their operational monitoring, but they're going to be doing a detailed groundwater monitoring and surface water monitoring for the next 2 to 3 years to test the feasibility.
Okay, well, I've said my piece. I mean, if the focus from you two, like you were looking at those alternative methods, and it's still in your mind, you're still going to advocate for them where you feel it's appropriate. I don't know if you need any more direction from council. I think you've heard from them. But I would like to see us advocate to the county to put those wells in for monitoring. And I'll open that up for discussion around, should actually have a motion on that. But Councillor Spillis, do you have any input on that? And you're muted, sir. Sorry.
Yeah, when I asked a question before, I was looking at it from the point of view of the township paying for it, but I agree, having the county pay for is a better way of trying to approach it. Yeah, no, I would certainly agree, as well as providing an update before in May sometime, before the report going to the city, that we ask Stan to come up with a work plan and program and costing to provide a deep aquifer monitoring plan for us. In other words, we'll bring it forward to council, we'll have a look at it, and then we agree with it, we pass it on to the county, ask for their support in paying for it.
So that's a motion move. Can I get a seconder for that so we can discuss it? Councillor Goyda, thank you. Councillor Bailey?
I think this sounds like a really great idea. Yeah, I'd have to read a proposal and kind of know what we're actually dealing with. But yeah, I look forward to that for sure.
Councillor Bomer?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Councillor Sapoulos. I agree we need to separate the two issues, and I would have also recommended the same thing. We need to have a report from Stan to put some better understanding to this, and he needs some time to look at other opportunities. There may be some other wells. He said it could be a combination of existing wells and some new wells. I think that'd be great to have in a report. I'd also like to give Mr. Denholt an opportunity to reach out to Burnside, who is Guelph Moss's consultant, I believe, on water issues, RJ Burnside. Because if we're going to suggest this to the county, if we make this look more like a South Wellington issue as opposed to a Puslinch issue, it may help, because the water taking is going to occur all the way around the city, or at least east and west side of Guelph, which is both Puslinch and Guelph or Amasa. So it might be interesting to get a sense from them if this would be of any benefit to them as well in Guelph or Amasa.
Thank you. Councillor, go ahead.
Yes, I think it's a great idea, and I also agree that if it could be done in collaboration with Guelph or Amasa, I don't know if they already have that kind of monitoring happening, or if they in fact would also need to drill some wells. That perhaps there's some, more momentum to be gained behind it by combining the two. But I think, yes, we definitely need a report to be able to know what we're asking for, but I think it's a great idea in concept.
Okay, and I don't believe we need to give you any direction on your reports. We'll just receive them for information. You've heard everything the councilors have to say. So Ms. White Fox, do you have a resolution, please?
Yes, just to clarify, the original motion was that we submit the comments and recommendations as outlined in the report to the City of Guelph for a review and response. Is that still part of this motion?
I guess I should just vote on that one, and then we can just have the other one as a standalone separate direction for Stan. Why don't we do that?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, we had a mover and seconder for the original motion, which just received the report for information and forwarded it along to City of Guelph. And that was Councillor Sepoulis moving that and Councillor Goyda seconding.
Okay, Councillor Sepoulis, you have a comment on that one?
Asking for another report before the final report goes to Guelph Council. Would that be considered a separate motion, or should we just combine it as part of this report? My suggestion is to combine as part of this recommendation, then the Guelph knows that we're looking at it. We'll be looking at a sort of penultimate report before they go forward.
I think because we're dealing with two reports, we're going to get confused there.
Okay, fine.
Remind us when that was brought up was concerned. There was something there, and I've forgotten it now. Why we wanted to have them come back. It had to do with Guelph's. Oh, it's Guelph's rebuttal to these comments.
Exactly. Guelph rebuttals and where we stand with respect to the information they're providing. So that's why I'm suggesting be included as part of this political motion.
Right. So did you capture that, Ms. White Fox? From
So is it simply that we would like, we request that the City of Guelph provide the township with a status report prior to the City of Guelph bringing a final report to Guelph Council?
No, it's a request that Kyle and Stan report back on the discussions with the City of Guelph prior to City of Guelph taking a report forward to their council. In other words, whatever progress that's not happening, we have an opportunity to understand that and push it forward ourselves through council to their council.
Ms. White Fox, we want to know the comments the City of Guelph will have on item 10.4, and there's recommendations in there from Stan and Kyle. We want to know what the city says, and I believe these two individuals will report back. Does that make sense?
Yes. So I think I've captured it. We're just looking for a report from Source Water Protection and Halton Environmental based on discussions and the response from the City of Guelph to correspondence item 10.4 prior to a final report being presented to the City of Guelph Council.
You got it.
Okay.
All right. All in favor? Councillor Sepoulis?
In favor.
Councillor Bailey?
Favor.
Councillor Balmer?
In favor, and I'm in favor of the word penultimate. I haven't heard that in a long time, and I'm proud to be part of a group that uses it. Thank you.
Councillor Goyda?
In favor.
All right, that's carried. Now we have the one for asking for another report. Stan, you're gonna be a busy fella. From Stan for a monitoring program. So John Spillis, you could probably word that better than I just did.
Yeah, that our hydrogeologist be requested to provide a work plan outlining the costs associated with providing a deep aquifer monitoring program. And then to follow up on Council Bloomer's, and then also consult with the Guelph Aramosa consultant with respect on a similar program in their area.
No, seconder, please. I'll have her reread it. Don't worry. Yeah,
I'll
seconder.
second it, yeah.
Councillor Bloomer. Okay, Ms. White Fox, what you have captured there, please.
The council requests Halton Environmental to prepare a work plan outlining the costs associated with providing a deep water aquifer monitoring program in the township. And this is where I'm not 100% sure and I could use some clarification. Are you looking for staff to make this request to Guelph Aramosa Township, or are you looking for Halton Environmental to reach out directly to Burnside?
I'm suggesting Halton Environmental reach out to Burnside unless somebody has a suggestion why that won't work.
No, I think you should work in conjunction with them. See their needs. If there are any, hopefully there are, then we'll make it a South Wellington problem. I don't know if we necessarily need costs. I need to know what your needs are.
Sure.
Well,
Sorry. Go,
Mr. Mayor, if you're going to the county and asking for support in this program, I think they would want to know what their costs are associated with it.
I agree. I agree, but I just don't know sorry, Stan, but I don't know if I want him calling around getting quotes on how much it is to drill a well. I mean, if they're approximate costs, I guess I'm comfortable with that. Are you, Stan, I don't know. Yeah, I'm looking at you. What are your thoughts? Are you willing to put the costs involved, or would you rather stick to, here's the needs for the program, 4 wells at these locations. You could just, if you have an approximate cost of each well, that would actually be pretty beneficial, but.
Yeah, in response, Mayor Seeley, the drilling costs are fairly well known. I can definitely include that. There's not a lot of engineering costs involved with it. So yeah, I think I'd feel comfortable adding, some rough budget numbers anyway at this point.
That makes me feel better. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Clay Fox.
I've captured that. So I've just reworded it that Halton Environmental requests that Guelph Aramosa hydrogeologists collaborate on this initiative.
All right. We had a mover and a seconder for that.
We did, Councillor Sapoulis and Councillor Bulmer.
Mr. Mayor, just one more thing. Perhaps we should add that this be forwarded to Township Guelph Aramosa for their information, so they know that we're asking.
And 4. Mr. Davis.
Mayor Seeley, I in addition to being forwarded to the council, I'll certainly send an email out to my my managers at Guelph Aramosa to let them know that this request is coming.
Perfect. Thank you. I don't have to talk to Chris White. Just kidding. Okay. All right. So sorry, back to, we have a mover and a seconder.
Yes, if it's still appropriate, we have Councillor Sapoulis moving and Councillor Bulmer seconding.
See some head nods. Okay. All in favor? Councillor Sapoulis.
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
Favor.
Councillor Bulmer.
Yeah, I'd like to add just 2 words after the word costs and benefits.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you.
I think, Stan, I hope I wanted to focus on what, if we don't have the information, the impacts it could have on our industrial. That's why I figure it's a county initiative, right? Because they need to protect that resource. So yes, I guess that falls under benefits. So
And
okay,
yes,
so
I'm in favor.
okay, and last but not least, Councillor Goida.
In favor. Sorry, in favor.
Yeah, I'm all right. I think that's it for the 2 of you. Is that correct, Ms. White Fox?
Yes, correct.
All right, well, folks, great discussion. Thank you so much. Appreciate the hard work both of you do.
Welcome.
And
You're welcome.
Look forward to seeing you not too long from now.
Thank you. Take care.
All right, council, it's 1:44. I'm going to call a break until 2. Is that sufficient? You could push it a little bit past 2 if you desire. No? Okay. We'll see you back here at 2. All right, welcome back, everyone. I'll do a quick roll call. Councillor Spools.
Present.
Councillor Bailey.
Here.
Councillor Bulmer.
Present.
And Councillor Goida.
Present.
I believe we were on to 9.3.6. That's 206 in your agenda package. And this is presented by Mr. CAO.
Yes, thank you. As outlined in the report, this is the second draft presented to council. We've outlined the specific questions. I believe council was in general support of the policy previously, had a few specific questions. We outlined the questions and how those were addressed within the version that's been presented to you. So other than that, happy to do my best to answer any questions that you might still have.
Perfect. Ms. White Fox, could you read the resolution, please?
Report ADM 2022-023 entitled Filming on Properties and Streets within the Township of Puslinch be received, and that it either be adopted as presented or as amended.
Okay, to move for that, please. Spools, seconded by Councillor Goida.
Yep.
All right. Councillor Spools.
No, I'm happy with the way it's presented.
Okay, Councillor Bailey.
Yes, I'm happy with it as well. One comment I had was just taking a look at it from a broad perspective. It sort of appears that we're, making a restrictive application process, but I think we should keep in mind that this is supposed to sort of streamline the process and make Puslinch kind of a filming friendly location. So the question I had posed to staff was, I'm just wondering how we can help promote the benefit of having these folks come into the community and what sort of economic development that there is. So Glenn, I'm just wondering if you can expand on the response to my question.
Sure, happy to do that. Yes, what we will do upon council approval of this would be to include a component on our township website to just exactly based on what you say, film friendly location, and here's how you can go about it, and here's the simple steps to go through, here's the contact information. And then what we would also do is share this information with the county economic development group, because sometimes the request might go to the county. We're looking for such and such a location. What are some suggested opportunities that they might have? So we'll make sure that they have that information available as well for distribution and to respond to questions that they might get.
Great. I think that sounds great. So thank you for that.
Okay. Councillor Bulmer.
Thank you very much. Yes, I think it's important that we have an internal, corporate policy to guide how our staff would deal with an application for filming on township property, to ensure that we're good neighbors to those around us and close by either township road or a township facility. But where it starts to raise some questions for me is when we try to use a corporate policy or internal corporate policy to regulate activities on private property. If I compare this to the display bylaw, the publicized display bylaw, where we're concerned about activities on private property causing nuisances for the neighbors, we use the tool, the bylaw as a tool, which is provided for in the Municipal Act. So I just have a question as whether this is the right tool for the job when the policy speaks to regulating this on private property. I have no issue with it as it's worded for municipal properties. But because when I looked around at other municipalities, those that were having it for both public and private properties did it through the use of a bylaw. And this suggests to me that we're going to try and do it through the use of an internal corporate policy. Maybe you can help me understand how and why we can regulate activities on private property with a with a corporate policy?
Sure, happy to do that. Maybe just to address the issue of regulating things on private property with a policy, I'm not sure there's a whole lot of regulating that's going on with regards to the applicability to private property here. Basically, what we're saying is that if they're doing it on private property, they just have to make sure that they're not blocking or restricting public property, and that they provide notice to the neighbors so that the neighbors know what's going on, because there's going to be a change in activity, so that basically different type of temporary land use. So here's what's going on if you see different activity going on there. And then it's just saying that they agree that the emergency costs associated with what their activities might be resulting in, that they're going to be covering those costs. Other than that, we're not really placing any restrictions or governing or limiting what they're doing or anything like that. In terms of the formalities and technicalities of policy versus bylaw, what we would suggest, had a discussion with the clerk about this, and I think what we would propose to council then is simply as good practice when we're enacting policies like this to have a bylaw approving the policy, which in effect does the exact same thing as having something by policy. But from the examples that I looked at, pretty much everyone that had a policy governing it as opposed to a bylaw. And reasoning for that was they found that because it's such a fluid industry, as long as you have a policy that allows some flexibility and recognizes that each production company is a little bit different and technology that they use is constantly evolving and things like that, to have some flexibility. Whereas if it was more rigid as a specific bylaw, that might provide some limitations or create some obstacles to them as well. We're trying to be permissive, as Councillor Bailey mentioned, to be supportive of the activity. So that's why we took the approach that we did, based on success that others have had.
Okay, so to clarify, if I wanted to have a giant film production on my property, I wouldn't need a permit.
Sorry, I didn't hear the first part. If you wanted to what, sorry?
If I wanted to have, if I wanted to use my property as a film location and have 100 people and lighting and generators, I would not need a permit.
Given the parameters that are in here, as long as there's no impact, I think you would just have to give the notice, and we'd have to check to see what the impacts would be on the emergency access and things like that. But I believe that's the case, yes.
So I would not need a permit. I would not need to advise the township because this does not apply to my property.
That's my understanding, Ms. Whitefox, and I know we worked on this together. Is that your understanding as well? And we did a couple of reiterations of this.
We did, and I believe we talked about this, and it was a best practice when speaking with some of the other municipalities that depending on the scale of the filming operation that's taking place, even if it is on private property, there may be, as our CAO mentioned, a need for public for notice to neighbors to let them know. So I think we would have to look at each application that's being made just to see how much of an impact it's going to have, especially if it's a property in a residential area where filming is perhaps going on at night, and there's a large nuisance impact there. We may want to have a look at about what those requirements would be. And that's in line with what other municipalities seem to be doing and applying it in some cases on private property.
This is where I'm really getting confused. If this is a corporate policy, and we didn't do this with the publicized display one, we wrote it, and yet this is a corporate policy. It's because it says in this thing, it says it applies to all property, including private property, but I don't know why I would be subject to a corporate policy. If I invite 25 people to film on the farm, just because my neighbor has a corporate policy guides their activity, how can it guide my activity on my property? Or require me to ask them for a permit?
I'm gonna interject here real quick. Mr. CAO, how much would we be able to see this as a draft bylaw at our next meeting?
Yes, we could put in that format if council would prefer to see that.
I think there's some concerns here, so let's just nip it in the bud and make it a bylaw. And then we can review it next council meeting. If you like the body and it's more of a, that's a concern, I think that should be the direction to go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's just using the right tool for the right job. I'm always concerned when we, as I said previously, with the road naming policy, using it as a policy, the municipal act gives us the authority to change road names. So it was clearly within our purview. There was nothing in the report that demonstrated or suggested what municipal act or what policy, what legislation gave us the authority to apply a municipal policy to private property. And even we just took that out of the existing wording that's there today that says this applies to private property. I'd be happy with it as it is. Just drive on as a municipal corporate property. We're done. That's how we deal with it. And at a later date, if we want to consider a bylaw to broaden the application to private properties, it's great. Other process. Let's do it. But that's all.
Staff, I believe your intent is to cover both private and public property. We don't want to revisit this at a later date just for private property.
That's correct, just because it makes it a much more simple process if a filming company is coming in that, here's our policy that pertain, or the approach for filming, and whether you're on public or private, you go by the same rules and those types of things. Not that there's a completely separated process for both. And then once it's shown that it's on private property, then fine, the restrictions are, or what applies is significantly less than on public. It's basically determining the impact on the public property and public costs. Yeah, we could definitely straighten or put that in that format if that's what council would prefer.
Okay, I'll just go around the table. Councillor Spoulos, are you comfortable with this coming back to us as a bylaw?
I'll ask the question. Do we have to go out now to the public since it's a bylaw?
No, you do not.
Okay, that's fine. I'm okay then.
Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, I think I'm okay with that as well, switching it over.
Okay, Councillor Goida?
Sorry, what are we asking right now? If we're going to bring it back as a bylaw? Yes, I would support that.
Councillor Bowman? I skipped you, but it was your idea.
Oh, no, that's fine. Yes, that makes me, and then it can have the same kind of language that we see in if you look at Hamilton next door, or even with our publicized displays bylaw, it references the appropriate sections of the municipal act that give us the authority to do these things on private property. I don't think it should change the process at all for the applicant. It can be the same easy application process, but just makes it so that it's consistent whether they're half on private and half on public. It just makes it a consistent application across the township as this policy is written to achieve, I think.
Okay. All in favor? Councillor Spoulos?
In favor.
Councillor Bailey?
Favor.
Councillor Ballmer?
In favor, better be after that speech.
And Councillor Goida?
In favor.
All right, that's carried. And I, page 3. Planning and Building Department, nothing. Emergency Management, nothing. Recreation Department, none. Correspondence, item 10.1, is that correct, Ms. Whitefox?
Yes, that's correct.
So I guess we have a resolution for that or no, or is it for all of them?
We have one for each item. So for 10.1, as it stands, it said it be received for information.
Thank you. Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Spoulos, seconder. Someone, Councillor Bailey, thank you. Comments, Councillor Spoulos?
Yes, the Apple Paving are proposing to eliminate testing or monitoring, I should say. And I'm not comfortable with that in the absence of having a review by our hydrogeologists. I'd like to suggest that we ask our hydrogeologists to review whether or not we should support the removal of the monitoring program.
All right, let's move. May I a seconder for that, please? Councillor Ballmer?
Yeah, I'll second that.
All right, comments, Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, I had some concern about this as well, because it does mention still extracting above water table. And And I would imagine monitoring would be important to do. So I'd like to hear what Stan has to say about that.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Balmer,
I share those same concerns.
Councillor Goida.
I would agree.
Okay, me as well. All in favor, Councillor Spillis,
In favor?
Councillor Bailey,
Favor.
Councillor Balmer,
In favor.
and Councillor Goida.
In favor.
All right, Ms. White Fox, resolution for 10.2, please.
So it's a council received correspondence items 10.2 and 10.2.1 regarding the 2021 Roselle Pit license, groundwater annual monitoring report, and peer review prepared by Aboud and Associates.
Mover for that, please. Councillor Spillis, seconded by Councillor. Somebody.
I will.
Councillor Bailey. Comments, Councillor Spillis.
Yes, with respect to the main report, we were asked a question and staff were advised that they intend to ask our hydrogeologist for a report on this report, so I'm happy to wait for that. With respect to the peer review by Abbott and Associates, it's to do with the water balancing report. That's one of the appendices of the groundwater science report, and the appendices is done by Gold Associates, and they talk about several mitigation measures to help with the recreating a water balance in the wetlands. So I'd like to move that the report by Abbott and Associates be forwarded to the pit operator with a request to when they intend to start undertaking this work recommended by their consultant.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder for that?
I will.
Good. All right. Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I had questions about that too. Why there was no, sorry. Yeah, why the monitoring program recommendations were not followed. So I had questions about that as well. Yeah, I think I'll leave it at that right now.
Okay. Councillor Balmer.
Thank you. Yeah, I really struggle with this. I mean, I there's a lot of reasons how and why we got here. It's complicated how and why we got to this point. But I'm concerned that there's two suggestions from that Aboud report, and one, it requires continuous ongoing activity by somebody to pump water into that wetland, but it's not clear who's going to maintain that life support if that's the choice that they choose. And then the other one is essentially converting a wetland into a pond, and that wasn't envisioned at the beginning of this either, digging it out. And I must admit that over the years, it's the first time I've ever seen, if we send this along in support of the permit to take water, that's the first time I can recall that we supported this kind of idea when the University of Guelph ran into similar trouble with Mill Creek, and they want to do the same thing. It was of great concern to the township to put in place something that that became dependent on a pump. So if we do forward this on, I need to get a better understanding as how this would work in the long term, or how is, I need to better understand, how do you just go from converting a wetland into a pond? There must be a permitting process. There must be something to do that. Anyhow, those were my comments, but I agree, this is the recommendation of the consultant, but I have concerns particularly about the life support option. So thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to go around first. Councillor Goida.
Thanks. Yeah, I would support the report being sent to the pit operator, as Councillor Sepoulis has made the motion. but I don't want it to be misunderstood that it's somehow council's endorsement of the mitigation measure as some kind of long-term solution. You know, you know, pumping water from the pit lakes to the wetland and digging shallow pools. That to me doesn't seem like the proper way to restore function to the wetland, but it at least provides some short-term improvement. But to me, that's a temporary solution, and it's only while a more permanent solution can be established. And the Golder report speaks to that same point. And it says, you know, it talks about, it indicates that the measure is only to allow time for CBM to further investigate and implement more permanent measures. So I would support sending this to the operator and asking them to confirm that they are and when they will put these measures into place. But I think we need to be very careful in our wording to explain that that is in no shape, way, or form acceptable for a long period of time, and it's just a temporary measure. And I think, you know, once we receive the groundwater report from Hardin, to me, I think it would make sense. I mean, I guess we'll have to wait and see what comes out of that report, but to combine the comments from that report and from this report onto the ministry as well.
Thank you. This is the same pit that we asked them to stop below the water table extraction, and they complied. They give us a couple months, so I guess they're just back to digging. Is that what's happening here? Because they're talking about, you know, finishing Lake 3 and digging out the road from Lake 2. So they did their 2 months and then they're just back to normal operations. Is that the understanding? Does anybody know, Glenn or Courtney?
We can, I believe so, Mayor Sealy, but we can certainly, I know we had a resolution that resulted in that pause in operations, I believe, and that was sometime last year in the fall, if I can recall. But that would have been temporary.
So I agree with the statement said here that we don't want to show it as an endorsement, that this is definitely a Band-Aid fix, and we request, you know, some correspondence on what will be the permanent fix. Because as Councilwoman mentioned, we can't have somebody going there checking the pump every 8 hours once the pit's exhausted. So I don't know, Mr. CAO, would you have some, or Ms. Whitefox, would you have some advice on the wording for us to the operator without making it appear as though we're endorsing these recommendations as the final fix?
Could we suggest that a response be provided on a long-term solution? Just to make it clear that we understand this to be the recommendations to be temporary.
Yes, and I'm just thinking, you know, when John gets to do his motions and we do like, whereas the proposed or the recommendations in the report, recognize that those are temporary, you know, measures to address the concern. Anybody else want to start pick up from where I just left off?
What do you want to say?
I just want to say that as Courtney mentioned, that we're recognizing that these are temporary fixes to a concern, and that we were wanting correspondence back on a permanent fix. I don't really know if that's proper terminology.
Okay, and say whereas the Golder Associates as part of the groundwater report proposed temporary measures to alleviate the water imbalance. Council requested the pit operator consider these as interim and propose a permanent means of reestablishing the water balance.
Ms. Whitefox, did you capture that?
Yes, I did.
You want to read it back to us, please?
Yes.
I think we asked for a time frame when they would implement these temporary measures as well, right?
Yes. So whereas the Golder Associates report proposed temporary measures to alleviate the water imbalance, council requests that the pit operator consider these as interim solutions and proposes a long-term solution for the water imbalance. And further, that council directs staff to forward the report to the operator, noting support for Golder Associates temporary solutions, and request a timeline for implementing the recommendations noted in section 7 of Appendix E to the Groundwater Sciences Report. And oh, and sorry, that was it.
So my question to council is that, should we be requesting them to cease below the water table extraction, because they're already having, there's already an impact and a water imbalance? You know, really they should stop digging until they figure out the problem, not just keep digging and then you know, make the problem worse and then try to attempt to fix it, or it gets to a point where it can't be, you know.
I would support that.
Yeah, I hear where you're coming from. I think we need Hardin's comments on this report before we ourselves as amateur hydrogeologists put forward something. So I'm willing to then wait and have a fulsome report and combine the two, and then do Councilor Gordon says put it all together as one big package.
Okay, I'm comfortable with that. That's a good idea. All right, so do we need a mover seconder for that, Ms. White Fox?
And sorry, just to clarify, are we removing the request for the
Yes,
comment about temporary measures?
yes, we are, and we're
Okay.
going to combine it. This report will be read in concert with Hardin's review of this pit operation, and we'll provide appropriate comments at that time.
Okay, so simply to forward this on to Hardin Environmental for review at this
Correct.
time? Okay. And then I do have a note as well that the reports as well as the peer reviews be brought back to council in the same agenda package, just so they can be read side by side. So I do
Correct.
have that as well.
Correct.
Okay, so we're not taking any action here other than sending it to Hardin. Is that is that the proper understanding?
Correct. I'll withdraw my original motion and just, as Councilor Gordon suggested, have a joint review and of all sub-consult reports and
Okay.
provide a wholesome response back to the pit operator.
Do we have a seconder for that? Sorry, Ms. White Fox.
I believe I have Councillor Sapoulis and then Councillor Goida, if that's still appropriate.
Okay. All right, any further comments? We'll just wait till the next meeting when we get more reports from Hardin. Councillor Bailey.
Just a question within here, it talks about coordination with the GRCA. So at what point in the next of this process would we be able to be privy or hear what comes out of that conversation? Anyone know?
Are you referring to the clause that Golder's saying we recommend the CBM consult with wetland ecologists and the GRCA and explore the possibility of excavating a number of shallow holes strip it across the wetland? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Yeah, and what we're suggesting is that this be deferred until the next meeting so that we can combine all elements into one response back to the pit operator.
Okay. Okay.
Thanks, John. Perfect. Where are we? Councillor Bulmer.
In favor.
I haven't done that yet. Councillor Goida.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I missed this piece, but we are anticipating a report from Hardin Environmental, like by our next count, like quickly, soon.
Yes, Councillor Goida, it's already been sent out for peer review.
Okay.
So we should have it by May meeting for sure.
Okay, yeah, perfect.
All in favor, Councillor Spillis,
In favor.
Counselor Bailey,
In favor.
Counselor Balmer,
In favor.
Counselor Goida.
In favor.
10.3, I believe. You have a resolution, Ms. White Fox?
The council received correspondence item 10.3 regarding the County of Wellington Council resolution regarding county official plan review for growth forecasts and allocations for information.
Gonna move for that, please.
Sure.
Counselor Spoil, seconder. Counselor Goida, all right. Any comments?
No, I'm good.
All right. All in favor, Counselor Spools,
In favor.
Counselor Bailey,
Favor.
Counselor Balmer,
In favor.
and Counselor Goida. All right, so we're on the council reports. I was at the Good Roads Conference on the weekend after 2 days of Richmond Hill hockey. So it's been an interesting 4 or 5 days, but we had a delegation with the MTO through the county. And the county was just promoting their Roadmaster Action Plan. We're pretty proud of it. Don Kudo did, and his team did a lot of work. They got it completed in a year, which was fantastic. And part of that we've been a benefit of. We've seen the community safety zones going to be implemented, and hopefully soon electronic speed enforcement. But the primary goal was the county. The warden unfortunately was not able to attend, so I sat in as just another member of the roads committee. But the primary goal of that was to try to start the conversations with the MTO for a bypass around Fergus. And you know, the county's recognizing the truck traffic in and through Fergus as, you know, concerns, and they implemented their own signage to put some up through, you know, County Road 7 and through Alma, which came with its own challenges. But in that report, they did speak of the Morrison bypass having similar challenges in the, you know, the truck traffic. And the minister actually started speaking a lot about the Morrison bypass, and she reiterated that she's very aware of the bypass, and you know that she receives correspondence on it regularly, and she knew where it was exactly in the process. And and so I actually took the opportunity to lighten the mood, and I said, well, you know, this delegation isn't really intended to be speaking entirely about the Morrison bypass. I suppose the Fergus will got back on track, and then I mean another couple jokes about the bypass, saying that it was killing me to sit there and not talk about it and try to advocate for another one in the county. But it was nice to have that interaction with her and her staff. And I did mention to her that, you know, there's some significant land purchases that have happened recently down here in Puslinch, and that's going to add to the truck traffic potentially. I feel that may bump us up in the priority for the bypass, but she's very receptive of it. And you know, I genuinely felt she was committed to the project, even though I have my concern about the phased approach. But and we took the names of the staff that were in attendance, and I said to them that I would update them on any, you know, new developments that get approved down here that would have impact on traffic patterns. And Don Kudo spoke about doing the county's still going to do a localized traffic study, either based around the mid-block interchange or sooner, to take a real deep dive into our traffic problems. So, you know, as much as a 15-minute delegation can, you know, what can you take out of that? I felt she understands the need. So I thought that was good, and she wasn't dismissive of it, and seemed receptive of the fact that we're having growth, and that may change, you know, the priority of when that last phase gets implemented. Other than that, we used the opportunity to try to track down as many, you know, wardens and mayors to talk about aggregate and tax issues, and try to just keep the wind in that sail and the momentum behind that initiative. You know, we need people. We need TAPMO to have a big presence in the province. need people paying the fee so they're part of TAPMO, so that it's not just a Wellington County issue, but and most are receptive once you explain the situation to them, right? So anyways, I felt it was a good opportunity. I was only there for 2 days, but I felt, and I met with Marcus Ryan, and we discussed getting like a one-pager put out through TAPMO, so we'll see that on hopefully well, I might have to call a special meeting, but TAPMO's going to put together a one-pager, and it's going to be hopefully distributed to the municipalities and out on social media, so people can ask their candidates very simple, specific question about aggregate. And it might not necessarily be about taxation. It could be just about the impacts, dust control, whatever. But just trying to, again, highlight, some of the concerns we have and some of the changes. So all in all, it was good. But, and then Marcus, I can't say that. That's personal information. Anyways, I know that the COVID is ripping around and everybody's getting it. And the team that went to Richmond Hill the week before us, half of them got COVID after they came back. And I had it a couple of weeks ago. That's why I missed that meeting. And so let's hope that not too many people get sick from the Good Ropes Conference, but unfortunately it's still going through our communities. That's all I have, unless you have some questions for me. No? Okay, any council reports from members of council? Council, 3. All right, we're going over. Council Spoulos.
Yes, we had the Source Protection Committee meeting last end of the month. And what the ministry has provided a best practices guide for source water protection to help communities and landowners in areas not protected by provincially approved source protection programs. So they're basically providing things you should do and shouldn't do to protect your own groundwater on your property. It works for large properties, 1 acre plus properties, but it doesn't work for residential areas such as Morriston or for Aberfoyle, because they're saying things like within 100 feet of your well, you should be doing this. Well, within 100 feet of your well in these particular areas, you're in a neighbor's property, so you got to rely on their good nature to not store chemicals of this type and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
So that's basically it. I'll provide the a web linkage to our CAO so they can post it on the website, and if our residents want to look at it, they can, type of thing.
Excellent. Councillor Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it thought to bring council up to speed on an interesting conversation took place at the Heritage Committee at our last meeting. There was a concern raised by the Heritage Committee about the sufficiency of the property standards bylaw in terms of vacant buildings, and a concern that some vacant buildings may suffer from maybe some holes in the property standards bylaw. So they asked for staff to prepare a report and bring that to the committee. And I'll be honest, the number of times I have reviewed that with my council hat on, it read differently than when I reviewed it again sitting as a Heritage Committee member. And there was some good feedback from members of the Heritage Committee, and I think there were some good recommendations that staff will keep on file for the next time when the bylaw comes up for renewal. There was no suggestion that the bylaw be renewed immediately, but these were comments that the committee had asked to be incorporated, on the 5-year cycle when the bylaw is updated. So it was nice to see the committee engaged in that process of renewing bylaws. So it was, I think we're seeing a renewed interest at the committee levels, and that's just one sign of it. So thank you.
Excellent. Councillor Goyda.
Yes, I just wanted to make everyone aware that as you are all aware, that the Rec Committee has been working on some engagement pieces for the Engage Puss Lunch website. And just earlier this month, there was an engagement piece launched called Young Playground Planners. And the intention of that engagement is to seek input from youth and families in the community about their ideas on what they'd like to see incorporated into future playgrounds at both the Puslinch Community Center and the Arkle Park. So it's kind of like a fun activity, but also one that can be extremely helpful. And it's nice that it's open for kids to give their input as well. So that is live right now on the Engage Puslinch website. I believe the submission period to that ends on I want to say April 24th or 25th. So it's only a week and a half left of doing that. So I just wanted to make everyone aware and hopefully get some more submissions, because it should be a lot of fun to see what comes out of that.
Thank you. I'll maybe go to Mr. Fowler. Mr. Fowler, are you looking for specific examples of other playgrounds? Or are you looking for themes, or all of the above? What's some of the best information we could ask from our constituents?
There really wasn't a guideline set. It was basically the initiative of what's your idea of a most opportune, enjoyable.
We lose them? Lose me?
Creative type of playground. So we've got types of activities that can be done on the playground. So it's just basically what everyone feels they would like to see, and we'll bring it together and come up with a collaborative effort.
Yeah, I've been approached a few times about a splash pad, but I'm not aware of any splash pads on private services. And the cost would be pretty prohibitive for what we're trying to accomplish for these two parks. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct. It would probably start with having to drill our own well just for the splash pad, and then all the infrastructure involved for it would, in my opinion, be quite cost prohibitive for a township this size.
Okay, I see they put a new one in up at Courtright Road, so that's a little closer, but okay, thank you, Mr. Fowler. All right, so we have a resolution to receive those updates. Council reports, sorry.
Yes, the council received the mayor and council member updates for information.
Gonna move for that, please. Councilor Spoulos, seconded by Councilor Goida. All in favor? Councilor Spoulos,
In favor?
Councilor Bailey,
In favor.
Councilor Gomer,
In favor.
Councilor Goida.
In favor.
All right. Next, bylaws, Ms. White Fox.
That the following bylaws be taken as read 3 times and finally passed in open council. Bylaw 2022-013 being a bylaw to authorize the temporary borrowing of funds to meet current expenditures of the corporation of the Township of Puslinch during the fiscal year ending.
You cut out, but is the ending 2022? Is it the
December
end of the
31st,
resolution?
2022.
Oh, sorry, having some.
No, sorry, that was just the end of the first bylaw. Sorry, that might be me. It's saying my internet is unstable.
Sorry about that.
Second bylaw, bylaw 2022-014 being a bylaw to appoint line fence viewers for the Township of Puslinch, and bylaw 2022-015 being a bylaw to appoint an integrity commissioner for the Township of Puslinch.
Thank you. Can you move for that, please? Councilor Spoulos, seconded by Councilor Bailey. All in favor? Councilor Spoulos,
In favor?
Councilor Bailey,
In favor.
Councilor Bomer,
In favor.
and Councilor Goida.
In favor.
All right, we don't have a closed session. Is that correct? Says none. Business rising from the close we didn't have. Any notice of motion? Any new business? Councilor Spoulos?
Yeah, just follow up. Last council meeting, Councilor Bailey asked what's happening with the municipal day for tree handing out. And I believe I passed an email on to all of you advising that from now on, the Green Legacy Tree Program will be delivered to the people who have requested specific trees. And it looks like this is the way it's going to be going forward.
I went to the website, and I also believe you have to have your orders in by October, I always make the numbers wrong, 25th possibly, for next year, right? So people just need to order in the fall for the spring for their trees.
Yeah. And if you're ordering October 25th, it's too late.
Is it?
All the trees are gone by then.
Well, what's the date? There was a date on the website I went to, but anyways, it's
Yeah,
not the
no,
year. It's a year ahead of when you want your trees, so people need.
I know people are snapping them up as soon as it's announced. Yeah.
Yeah. So thanks for that, Councillor Spillis. Anybody else for announcements? Councillor Bailey?
Oh, no, I'll let Councillor Ballmer go because it might answer my question.
Ballmer?
Thank you. I have three brief announcements. The Optimist Club is moving ahead on 3 initiatives in May. That the first, they're going to give a shot to running the fish fry again, which could be one of the first events held in the Puslinch Community Center since it was closed. That'll be Thursday, May 12th, but they're going to make a final decision 2 weeks from now. So that's subject to COVID, how the wave comes through. The second is the Optimist Club is organizing an all candidates night again. That'll be Monday, May 16th. They're going to do a virtual, a Zoom webinar format as they did last time. There was some concerns expressed from the candidates that due to COVID, if they had to isolate, that they were concerned that if it was a live thing and they couldn't come, it would be to their disadvantage. So the club decided to go back to a webinar format. Again, this will be in cooperation with the Lions Club, the South Wellington Community Lions Club. And the last piece is, of course, which you've all been waiting for with great anticipation, is the township cleanup, the sure sign of spring. Each of you will be getting a phone call again, signing you up for your very highly valued positions within the cleanup, whether riding a truck to pick the garbage off the roadside or delivering garbage bags. So it's great. We've got all the companies on board this year that were on board last year, plus a new one. The Morrison Veterinary Clinic has come on board. The club is trying to try and expand the program into the subdivisions through Morrison and Aberfoyle, and the Morrison Veterinary Clinic is offered to pick those bags up if there's any in the subdivisions. So there you go, onwards and upwards. Thank you so much.
Are we going to have our roll off at Badna or somewhere across? Didn't we do that the 1 year or 2 years ago when we did it? We had a remote dumping station, so everybody bringing their garbage to the township office.
I hadn't spoken to the Director of Public Works about that. Perhaps we can have that discussion with them afterwards. The flyer's about to be printed, so we better hurry up and have those discussions perhaps afterwards.
What's the date for that?
It'll be Saturday, May 7th, and the donuts are coming back to the transfer station. I wish I could say donut day at the dump, but I'm not allowed to say dump, so I have to say waste transfer facility.
Okay.
Doesn't have the same.
All right. Any other announcements? No. Confirmatory bylaw.
That the following bylaw be taken as read 3 times and finally passed in open council. Bylaw 2022-016, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council for the corporation of the Township of Puslinch at its meeting held on the 13th day of April 2022.
Yeah, mover for that, please. Councillor Goida, seconded by Councillor Spoulis. All in favor? Councillor Spoulis.
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
Favor.
Councillor Ballmer.
In favor.
And Councillor Goida.
In favor.
And adjournment, please, Ms. White Fox.
The
Internet.
council hereby adjourns at 2:48. Sorry. The council hereby adjourns at 2:48 p.m.
And a mover for that, please.
I move.
Councillor Ballmer, seconded by Councillor Spoulis. All in favor? Councillor Spoulis.
In favor.
Councillor Bailey.
Favor.
Councillor Ballmer.
In favor.
Councillor Goida.
In favor.
All right. Have a great rest of your day. Nice seeing everyone.
Thanks, everyone.